Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've been putting off writing this for months. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this out. I need to get this off my chest because it's eating me up inside and I can't talk to anyone about it without them thinking I'm completely losing my mind. My wife thinks I should see someone, but what would I even say? Hey, Doc, I saw a copy of my son that wasn't actually my son in the middle of the night. Yeah, that'll go over well. So here goes. We've been living in our house in Ontario for about 5 years now. It's a nice 2-story place in a quiet neighborhood, the kind of place where you know your neighbors well enough to wave, but not well enough to invite them over for dinner. Nothing fancy, but it's home. My wife and I have 2 kids. Jacob is 8 and Emma is 6. Last year we finally caved and got them the puppy they'd been begging for, a German shepherd we named Marshall. Everything was completely normal until about 3 months ago. That's when Marshall started acting weird. At first, it was easy to brush off. He'd suddenly sit up from a dead sleep, ears perked, head tilting side to side like he was listening to something none of us could hear. Dogs do that, right? But then it got more frequent. He'd be playing with the kids or lounging on the couch, then freeze, stare intently at an empty corner of the room, and start growling, low and deep in his throat. Then he started chasing things. He'd suddenly bolt across the room, skidding on the hardwood floors, then stop at a wall, sniffing and pawing at it like there was something there. My wife joked that we had mice. I checked. We didn't. One afternoon, I was working from home when Marshall suddenly went nuts. He ran from the living room into the hallway, barking his head off. I followed him and found him standing at the bottom of the stairs, hackles raised, barking up at nothing, just empty stairs. I called his name and he ignored me completely, which never happens. When I tried to pull him away, he actually snapped at me. Marshall had never done that before. He's still a puppy, my wife said when I told her. He's probably just going through a phase. Maybe she was right. Kids go through phases. Why not dogs? But something about it felt off to me. The way he'd stare at things that weren't there, the intensity of his focus. It wasn't playful. It was alert. Alarmed, even. I started paying closer attention after that. I noticed that Marshall's weird behavior seemed to happen more at night and more often upstairs than downstairs. Sometimes he'd refuse to go up the stairs at all, planting his butt on the floor and whining when the kids called him up for bedtime. Other times, he'd race up ahead of everyone, then sit outside the kids' rooms like he was standing guard. Then came that night. That fucking night that changed everything. It was a Tuesday. Nothing special about the day at all. Normal dinner, normal bedtime routine. The kids were asleep by 8:30. My wife and I watched some Netflix, and we went to bed around 11. Marshall was sleeping in his bed in our room, which had become the routine since his weird behavior started. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but woke up suddenly at 1:26 a.m. I remember the time exactly because I checked my phone, annoyed at being awake. I was about to roll over and try to go back to sleep when I felt a small hand rubbing my arm. "Daddy," Jacob's voice whispered. "Daddy, my foot hurts." I blinked in the darkness, making out the silhouette of my son standing beside the bed. This wasn't unusual. Jacob sometimes got growing pains in his legs and feet and occasionally came to our room for comfort. "What's wrong, buddy?" I whispered, not wanting to wake my wife. "Can you lay with me? My foot really hurts," he said, his voice small and tired. I sighed, swung my legs out of bed and stood up. "Okay, let's go back to your room." I took his small hand in mine and walked out into the hallway. It was dark, but there was enough ambient light from the nightlights in the bathroom and at the top of the stairs that I could see where I was going. Jacob's hand felt cold, which I figured was from walking barefoot on the hardwood floors. As we walked down the hallway toward his room, I noticed that Marshall wasn't following us. Usually, any nighttime movement sent him scrambling after me, always on alert. But I could hear him still in our bedroom, making a strange whining sound. Weird, but I was too tired to think much of it. We reached Jacob's door, which was partially open as always. I pushed it open wider and stepped into his room. And there was Jacob, in his bed, fast asleep. The blankets rising and falling with his breathing. I froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Jacob was in bed, but Jacob was also... I looked down at the small figure whose hand I was holding. It looked like Jacob. Same height, same pajamas, same tousled hair. But in the dim glow from his dinosaur nightlight, I could see its face now. And it was smiling. Not Jacob's normal smile, but something wrong. Too wide, too knowing. And its eyes. God, its eyes. They looked like Jacob's, but they were empty. That's the only way I can describe it. Like looking at a photograph of eyes rather than real ones. No life behind them. I don't know how I knew, but in that moment, I could sense that whatever was holding my hand wasn't my son. It was something else wearing his appearance, something that had no, I don't know how else to put this, no wires. Like the life essence or energy or whatever you want to call it that connects all living things just wasn't there. I yanked my hand away and ran. I'm not proud of it, but raw instinct took over. I sprinted back to my bedroom, slammed the door, and stood there panting and shaking. "What the hell?" my wife mumbled, sitting up in bed. "Mike, what's wrong?" Marshall was now standing on our bed, growling at the door I'd just slammed. The hair on his back was standing straight up. "The kids," I managed to gasp out. "We need to check on the kids." I grabbed the baseball bat I keep in our closet. Don't judge. We had a break-in attempt last year, and cautiously opened our bedroom door again. The hallway was empty. My wife followed close behind me as I rushed to Jacob's room. He was still there, still asleep, exactly as I'd seen him moments before. I gently shook him awake. "Daddy," he said, his voice thick with sleep and confusion. "Hey, buddy. It's okay," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I thought I heard something in your room. I think you should sleep with Mom and me tonight, okay?" He was too sleepy to argue, just nodded and let me pick him up. We went to Emma's room next, and she was fine too, sleeping soundly with her stuffed bunny clutched to her chest. I woke her as well, telling her we were having a special family sleepover in our bed. Back in our bedroom, with both kids tucked between us and Marshall at the foot of the bed, still on alert, still occasionally growling at the door, my wife gave me the "you better explain this" look. "I'll tell you tomorrow," I whispered. "Just let's all stay together tonight." I didn't sleep, not 1 minute. I lay there watching the door, the windows, my children's faces, until the sun came up. Marshall finally calmed down and fell asleep around 5 a.m., which somehow scared me even more. Like whatever had been out there was finally gone. The next morning, after the kids were off to school, I told my wife everything. She didn't believe me, not really. She suggested I'd been sleepwalking or had a waking dream. Apparently that's a thing where your brain is half asleep and half awake and you can hallucinate. "Jacob didn't come into our room at all last night," she said. "I'm a light sleeper, I would have noticed. You must have dreamed the whole thing. But I know what I saw. I know I was awake. I felt its hand in mine, cold, slightly damp, not quite right. I saw its smile, too wide and too knowing for an 8-year-old boy's face. The worst part is, this has made me question everything. How many times has Jacob actually come into our room at night? How many times was it really him? And how many times was it whatever that thing was? I think back to all the nights he's woken me up over the past few months, complaining about bad dreams or stomach aches or just wanting comfort. Was that always Jacob? Or has this thing been visiting me, pretending to be my son? I've started keeping a journal by the bed. Every time one of the kids comes in at night, I write down the time and what they say. In the morning, I asked them casually if they remember coming to our room. So far, their answers have matched up, but I'm still not convinced. I've installed cameras in the hallway and in both kids' rooms. My wife thinks I'm overreacting, but she humored me. If it makes you feel better, she said, but the concern in her eyes is for me, not for whatever might be in our house. Marshall still acts strange sometimes, still stares at empty corners, still barks at nothing. But he sleeps in the kids' rooms now, alternating between them. My own personal furry security system. It's been 3 months since that night, and nothing like it has happened again. No more doppelgangers, no cold hands in the dark. But I still can't sleep properly. Every night, I jolt awake at the slightest sound, my heart pounding. Every time the floorboards creak or the house settles, I'm convinced it's back. Because here's the thing that keeps me up at night. It knew to come to me when I was alone. It knew to imitate my son. It knew exactly what to say to get me to follow it down that dark hallway. And I have no idea what would have happened if I hadn't looked down and noticed those empty eyes. Story 2. Indeed, I never told many people about what happened to me when I was a kid. I guess I was afraid they'd think I was making it up, or worse, that I was crazy. But I'm 23 now, and what I experienced still haunts me. It's been almost 20 years since we lived in that house in Cincinnati, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. We moved to Oakley Street when I was around 4. It was just me, my mom, and my older brother Jake. Mom had just gotten divorced, and this was the only place we could afford. It wasn't anything special, just a 2-story house with a basement, a small backyard, and faded blue paint that was already peeling when we moved in. The neighborhood was okay, mostly older folks who'd been there forever. I remember feeling uneasy about the house from the very beginning, even before anything happened. There was just something off about it. Mom thought I was just struggling with the move and the divorce. The first things I noticed were the shadows. Not normal shadows. These were different. They moved when they shouldn't. I'd be playing in my room and catch something dark shifting in the hallway from the corner of my eye. When I'd look directly at it, I'd see what looked like a person-shaped shadow just standing there, watching me, not moving, just staring. My bedroom was small, with bunk beds that Jake and I shared. I had the top bunk, which I thought was awesome at first. There was a window right next to it that looked out into the backyard. Sometimes at night, I'd see shadows moving out there too. Not like trees swaying in the wind, like people walking around. When I told my mum, she'd check and say there was nothing there. But I knew what I saw. Things got really bad around my 5th birthday. I remember because Mum had gotten me a Game Boy Color and Pokemon Yellow. I was obsessed with it. I'd play it every night before bed, sitting cross-legged on my top bunk with my back against the wall. That's when the dreams started. In these dreams, I'd be playing my Game Boy just like in real life. Everything would be exactly the same. The sounds from the game, the glow of the screen in the dark, the feel of the plastic buttons under my thumbs. Then I'd feel something. A hand. A man's hand would reach up from below the bunk and grab my ankle. It wasn't just a light touch. This hand would grip my ankle, fingers digging in, and start pulling, hard, like it was trying to drag me off the bed. In the dream, I'd try to scream but couldn't make a sound. I'd kick and struggle until I woke up, heart pounding, sweating all over. The truly terrifying part? When I checked my ankle in the morning, there were marks. Actual bruises in the shape of fingerprints. 5 distinct marks where the fingers had dug in. The first time it happened, I showed Mom. She got really worried and asked if Jake had grabbed me during the night. Jake swore he hadn't touched me. Mom thought maybe I was doing it to myself in my sleep, but how could I grip my own ankle hard enough to leave bruises? And why would I? This happened at least once a week for months. I became terrified of going to sleep. I'd fight to stay awake as long as possible, playing my Game Boy until my eyes burned. Mom started to get frustrated with me because I was exhausted all the time. My kindergarten teacher called home because I kept falling asleep in class. But the dreams weren't even the worst part. There was the closet too. Our bedroom had this old sliding closet with wooden doors. Normal during the day, but at night they'd shake. Not a little rattle from the house settling or the heating kicking on. These doors would violently shake, like someone was trapped inside, desperately trying to get out. The first time it happened, I screamed for Mom. By the time she rushed in, the doors were perfectly still. She thought I had a nightmare. The second time, Jake heard it too. He jumped out of bed and ran to get Mom while I lay frozen, staring at the closet. Again, by the time they came back, everything was still. It got to where the doors would shake almost every night. I figured out something weird, though. If I called for Mom, they'd stop instantly. Not gradually, not slowing down. They'd just stop, like whatever was doing, it didn't want to be caught. Jake eventually asked to move into the small den downstairs because he couldn't sleep with all my night terrors, as Mom called them. So I was alone in the room with the closet and the dreams about the hand. I started sleeping with the light on. Mom didn't like it, said the electric bill was already too high. But I couldn't handle the dark anymore. The light seemed to help a little. The closet didn't shake as often, but the dreams about the hand still came. Mum started dating this guy named Steve around this time. He was okay, kind of quiet, worked construction. He'd sometimes stay over, and on those nights I felt a little safer. Less activity happened when he was in the house, like whatever was there didn't like having another adult around. But the basement... God, the basement was the worst. It was unfinished, with concrete floors and walls, a washer and dryer in a little alcove we called the laundry room, and a bunch of boxes with our stuff. Mom would send me down there sometimes to get things from the freezer, or to tell Jake when dinner was ready. After he moved to the den, he spent a lot of time in the basement playing with his PlayStation. I hated going down there, but I really didn't have a choice. The stairs were wooden and creaky, with no handrail, and they felt steep for my little legs. The light was a single bulb, with a pull chain in the middle of the room. When I was 6, a little over a year after we moved in, I had my worst experience in that house. I still get shaky thinking about it. It was a Saturday afternoon. Mom was at work. She picked up weekend shifts at the hospital cafeteria for extra money. Steve was supposed to be watching us, but he was upstairs taking a nap. Jake was at a friend's house. I was bored, so I took my Legos down to the basement. There was more space to spread out down there, and I wanted to build this massive spaceship I had been planning. I had the light on and was sitting cross-legged on the floor near the bottom of the stairs, completely focused on connecting the little plastic bricks. I don't know how long I was down there, maybe an hour, when I heard the basement door at the top of the stairs creak open. I didn't look up right away, figuring it was just Steve coming to check on me. I heard footsteps on the stairs, slow, heavy footsteps. Each creak of the wood seemed to take forever. Still focused on my Legos, I said, "I'm just building, Steve." No answer. Just more footsteps. Something made me look up then. I don't know what, just a feeling that something wasn't right. The footsteps had stopped. There was a man standing on the bottom step. At first I thought it was Steve. Same general build, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt, but when I looked closer I realized it definitely wasn't him. This man was older with different colored hair, and he was just standing there, staring at the wall in front of him, not looking at me. I froze completely. My hands stopped moving on the Legos. I couldn't even breathe. I was terrified that if I made a sound, he'd notice me. Then slowly, he turned his head toward me, and that's when I saw that half his face was gone. Just gone. Not like in a shadow or hidden, it was blown away. I could see inside his head, bits of skull, gore, everything. Like someone had taken a giant scoop to the right side of his face. I still remember the one eye that was left staring at me, not angry, not sad, just empty, looking right through me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just sat there, Lego piece clutched so tight in my hand that it left marks on my palm. After what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds, he turned away from me. He didn't go back up the stairs, he just shuffled over to the laundry room area and disappeared. Like 1 second he was there, the next he was gone. I don't remember running upstairs, I just remember suddenly being in the living room crying hysterically while Steve tried to figure out what was wrong. I couldn't explain. I was too scared and couldn't find the words. He thought I'd hurt myself on something in the basement. Mum didn't believe me when I finally told her what I'd seen. She said I had an overactive imagination and had probably fallen asleep while playing. Jake teased me about it for weeks, but I know what I saw. After that, I refused to go into the basement alone. Mum would get frustrated but eventually gave in and stopped asking me to. The activity in the rest of the house continued. The shadows, the dreams about the hand, the closet doors, but nothing as terrifying as seeing that man's face. We lived in that house until I was almost 8, when Mum got a better job and we moved to a different neighborhood. The experiences stopped completely in the new house. I started sleeping normally again. No shadows, no dreams, no closet doors shaking. I didn't think about that house much through my teenage years. I convinced myself it had all been my imagination, the product of a kid dealing with his parents' divorce and moving to a new place. But when I was 20, home from college during summer break, I got curious. I decided to look up the history of that house on Oakley Street. What I found made my blood run cold. I spent hours at the local library going through old newspapers on microfilm. It took a while, but eventually I found it. A small article from 1984, about 14 years before we moved in. Local man found dead in apparent suicide. The article said the previous owner, a guy named Robert Keller, had been found dead in the house from a gunshot wound to the head. The police ruled it a suicide. He'd been discovered by his brother, who called 911. That was disturbing enough, but I kept digging. 6 months after that first article, I found another. Brother charged in Cincinnati man's death. Turns out Robert Keller's brother, Thomas, had been arrested for his murder. The police had reopened the case when some evidence didn't add up. According to the article, Thomas had shot Robert in the bedroom after an argument, then dragged the body to make it look like suicide. He'd used a pistol fired at close range. The shot had destroyed the right side of the victim's face. The right side of his face, just like the man I'd seen in the basement. The article mentioned that Thomas eventually confessed, saying they had argued about money. He admitted to shooting his brother and then moving the body to stage the suicide. But here's the thing that really got me. Thomas said he'd initially hidden the gun in the basement laundry room before retrieving it later to place it near his brother's body. The laundry room, where the apparition had disappeared. I sat in that library, hands shaking, as everything I'd experienced as a child suddenly made terrible sense. The shadows watching me, the violent closet doors in what must have been Robert's bedroom, the dreams of being pulled from my bed, maybe because that's what Thomas had done to Robert's body after shooting him, dragged him to stage the suicide. I've since learned that traumatic deaths, especially murders, are often associated with hauntings. The spirit remains trapped, reliving its final moments. Maybe Robert was trying to tell someone what really happened to him. I've never gone back to that house on Oakley Street. I don't know who lives there now, or if they experienced the same things my family did. Part of me wants to warn them, but what would I even say? Hey, your house is haunted by a murder victim whose brother blew half his face off? All I know is that what I saw was real. That man in the basement with half his face missing wasn't a dream or my imagination. He was showing me what happened to him, and sometimes at night I still feel the phantom grip of fingers around my ankle, pulling me down into the dark. Story 3. I've never been comfortable sharing this experience. but it's been weighing on me for over 25 years now. I'm not sure what to call it. A visitation, a haunting, a warning. But what I experienced as a 3-year-old child in Toronto has shaped my relationship with the unknown ever since. This happened during my first and only trip to Toronto with my parents back in 1998. We'd gone to stay with my great-uncle Edward and his wife Martha at their old Victorian home downtown. It was one of those narrow 3-story houses squeezed between others just like it, with creaky wooden floors and that distinct smell that old houses get, like old books and furniture polish mixed with something you can't quite name. I remember being excited about the trip, because my parents had built it up as this grand adventure. But as soon as we arrived, something felt off about the place, not in a way my 3-year-old mind could articulate, but in that instinctual way children sense things that adults often dismiss. Our first day there was pleasant enough. Great-uncle Edward showed us around the neighborhood. We had lunch at some diner with red vinyl booths, and I got to play with a stray cat in their tiny backyard. Everything was fine until bedtime. My parents had set me up in what they called the guest room on the 2nd floor, at the end of a long hallway. The room itself wasn't particularly menacing. It had floral wallpaper, a wooden dresser with a large mirror, and a bed that seemed enormous to my small frame. There were lace curtains on the windows that made weird shadows when cars drove by outside. What bothered me most was how quiet it got when they closed the door. In our apartment back home, I could always hear the TV from my parents' room or cars passing on the street. Here, it was like someone had pressed a mute button on the world. I remember lying there, clutching my stuffed rabbit, Mr. Bun, who went everywhere with me, and trying not to cry. My mum had left a small lamp on, which cast just enough light to see the outlines of furniture, but not much else. I could hear my parents and great-aunt and uncle talking downstairs, their voices a distant murmur that somehow made me feel even more alone. I must have eventually drifted off, because the next thing I remember is waking up suddenly, that weird jolt like when you feel like you're falling in a dream. The lamp was still on, but the room felt different. Colder, like when you open a freezer door and that rush of cold air hits your face. At first, I thought my mum had come to check on me, but when I rubbed my eyes and looked toward the foot of the bed, I realized it wasn't my mum at all. Standing there, as solid as the dresser beside her, was an elderly woman I'd never seen before. She wore a purple dress with small white flowers printed on it, the kind with a collar that came up to her neck and buttons all the way down the front. Her grey hair was pulled back in a tight bun that made her face look stretched. But what I remember most clearly was her expression. She looked angry, really angry, with her thin eyebrows drawn together and her mouth pinched into a tight line. Around her was this strange greyish haze, like when you see heat rising from the pavement in summer, but darker. It wasn't smoke, but something else, something that made the air around her look thick and wavery. I froze. That's the only way to describe it. I couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't even blink. She stood there for what felt like forever, just staring at me with those hard eyes. Then she raised one bony finger and wagged it at me like I was in trouble. "What are you doing in my room?" she demanded, her voice raspy and thin, but crystal clear. "This is my room. You don't belong here." Her voice had this echo to it, like she was talking both right next to me and from far away at the same time. I remember the goosebumps that covered my arms and how I could see my breath in the suddenly freezing air. I was terrified. I'd never felt fear like that before, not the kind of fear you get from watching a scary movie or thinking there's a monster under your bed. This was different. This was real, solid fear that made my chest hurt, and my heart pound so hard I thought it might break my ribs. When she took a step closer to the bed, I finally managed to move. I yanked the covers over my head and curled into the tightest ball I could, clutching Mr. Bun against my chest so hard I could feel his plastic eyes pressing into my skin. I was crying silently, tears soaking into the pillowcase, afraid that making any sound would make her angrier. Under the covers, I counted to 10 over and over, the way my dad had taught me to do when I was scared of thunderstorms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. I must have counted to 10 at least 20 times before I finally gathered the courage to peek out. The room was empty again. The strange grey haze was gone, and the air felt normal. Not the bone-chilling cold from moments before, but I knew she had been there. I knew it wasn't a dream or my imagination. The fear was too real, the details too vivid. I scrambled out of bed, still holding Mr. Bunn in a death grip, and ran to the door. It took a few tries to turn the knob with my shaking hands, but when I finally got it open, I bolted down the hallway toward the stairs. I could hear laughter from downstairs. The adults were still up, talking and having drinks in the living room. I remember standing at the top of the stairs, suddenly hesitant. Would they believe me? Would they be mad that I was out of bed? But the thought of going back to that room was worse than any potential scolding, so I made my way down the stairs, one careful step at a time, Mr. Bunn dangling from my hand. When I rounded the corner into the living room, the conversation stopped abruptly. I must have looked a mess, tear-stained face, hair sticking up, pajamas rumpled. "Lily?" My mom's voice was surprised. "What are you doing up, sweetie? It's way past your bedtime." I stood there in the doorway, suddenly unable to find words. How could I explain what I'd seen? My dad patted the spot on the couch next to him, and I ran over, climbing into his lap and burying my face in his shoulder. "What's wrong?" he asked, rubbing my back. "Bad dream." I shook my head against his shirt. "There was a lady in my room," I finally managed to say, my voice small and muffled. I felt him exchange looks with my mom over my head. "A lady?" my great-aunt Martha asked, leaning forward in her armchair. "What lady, dear?" When I lifted my head and looked at her, I could see she wasn't dismissing me like adults sometimes do when kids talk about imaginary things. She looked concerned. "An old lady," I said, the words coming easier now. She was mad at me for being in her room. She had a purple dress with flowers, and her hair was in a big bun, and she was all wavy around the edges. The room got very quiet. I remember the tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the corner suddenly seeming very loud. "Edward," my great-aunt said slowly, not taking her eyes off me, "would you go get the photo album from the study? The one with the old family pictures?" My great-uncle nodded and left the room without saying anything. My parents looked confused, but I was just relieved that no one was telling me I'd had a bad dream. When Great-Uncle Edward returned, he was carrying a large leather-bound album. My great-aunt took it from him and flipped through the pages with purpose, clearly looking for something specific. When she found what she was searching for, she turned the album around to face me. "Lily," she said, her voice careful and measured, "was this the lady you saw?" The page showed several black and white photographs. She was pointing to one of an elderly woman standing in a garden. She wore a dark dress, which I would later learn was indeed purple. Her hair was pulled back in that same severe bun, and she had the exact same stern expression I'd seen in my room. I remember how my stomach dropped, how my mouth went dry. It was her. Exactly her. I nodded, unable to speak. "Who is that?" my mum asked, her voice tight with something I couldn't identify at the time but now recognize as fear. "That's my mother," Great-Aunt Martha said quietly. "Agatha Wilson. She died in her sleep in that bedroom 17 years ago. That was her room for over 40 years. She was particular about her things." My dad's arm tightened around me. "Martha, surely you don't think—" "I don't know what to think," my great-aunt interrupted, "but Lily has never seen these photographs before. She's never even heard stories about my mother. And that dress she described, it was my mother's favorite. She wore it for every special occasion. She was even buried in it." The adults fell silent again. I remember looking at each of their faces. My mom pale and shaken, my dad trying to look calm, but his jaw muscle twitching the way it did when he was upset. My great-uncle standing by the fireplace, looking at the floor, and my great-aunt staring at the photograph with tears in her eyes. "The wavy edges," Great-aunt Martha finally said, "like a grey haze. My mother had terrible cataracts in her final years. Everything she saw had blurred edges," she said, "like looking through frosted glass." A chill ran through the room that had nothing to do with the temperature. I slept in my parents' room that night, wedged between them in their bed, Mr. Bunn clutched to my chest. The next day they moved my things to a different guest room on the 3rd floor. No one mentioned what had happened, but I noticed my great-aunt looking at me differently, with a mixture of wonder and unease. We cut our trip short and left 2 days later. I never returned to that house, and when my great-uncle passed away 5 years later, the house was sold. My great-aunt moved to a retirement community in Florida, and until her death a few years ago, she would occasionally call me on my birthday and ask if I'd had any more visits. I never did. Not like that one, anyway. I'm in my early 30s now, and I've spent years trying to rationalize what happened that night. Maybe I had glimpsed that photo album earlier without realizing it. Maybe I'd overheard stories about my great-grandmother that my conscious mind didn't remember. Maybe it was just an incredibly vivid nightmare combined with the stress of sleeping in an unfamiliar place. But deep down, I know what I saw. I know the fear I felt wasn't imaginary. I know the cold in that room wasn't normal. And I know that when that old woman wagged her finger at me and claimed her territory, she wasn't a figment of my imagination. Sometimes I wonder if she's still there, in that old house with new occupants, standing at the foot of someone else's bed, demanding to know what they're doing in her room. Or maybe she finally found peace when the house changed hands, when there were no more family members to guard her space. I don't know, I'll never know, but to this day I sleep with a light on. And sometimes, when I catch a whiff of a particular floral perfume or see an elderly woman with her hair in a bun, that same primal fear grips me. And for a moment, I'm 3 years old again, hiding under the covers, counting to 10 and hoping the ghost at the foot of my bed will disappear. Story 4. I never really believed in ghosts until we moved into that house in Brighton back in 1992. It was this beautiful 1930s semi-detached with bay windows and so much potential, but God, it needed work. James, my partner, and I had been saving for years, and with our teenage daughter Mia starting high school, we wanted somewhere with more space that we could really make our own. The first time we viewed it, I remember thinking it had good bones, despite the musty smell and the wallpaper that looked like it hadn't been changed since the 60s. The estate agent kept apologizing for the state of it, explaining that the previous owner was an elderly gentleman who'd moved into assisted living after his wife passed away. The house had been empty for nearly 8 months. We got it for a steal, honestly. The housing market was still recovering from the crash, and nobody wanted a project this big. But James is handy. He's a carpenter by trade, and I've always had a good eye for design. We were excited to make it our own. The renovations started the day after we got the keys. We moved in with just the essentials, sleeping on mattresses on the floor while James tackled the biggest jobs. He wanted to open up the downstairs, knocking through the wall between the dining room and kitchen to create this big family space. Upstairs, there was water damage to the ceilings from a leak in the roof that had been patched but had left these horrible brown stains. The loft was packed with junk, old furniture, boxes of newspapers, Christmas decorations from decades past. We spent a full weekend emptying it completely so James could replace some of the insulation and fix the roof properly from the inside. I remember how exhausted we were, covered in dust and cobwebs, carting load after load to the skip we'd hired. By Sunday evening, the loft was completely bare, just rafters and insulation. The renovations took about 4 months in total. James worked evenings and weekends while I picked out paint colors and furniture. Mia complained constantly about living in a building site, but I think she secretly enjoyed helping choose things for her new bedroom. By Christmas, we had a beautiful, modern home. The kitchen diner was my pride and joy. Glossy white units, a breakfast bar, and French doors out to the garden. It felt like we'd achieved something incredible. For the first few months, everything was perfect. We settled into a routine, made friends with the neighbors, and started to feel like Brighton was home. Then, in March, it happened for the first time. I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of cupboard doors closing in the kitchen. Not slamming, just that distinctive thud of a kitchen cupboard being shut firmly. At first, I assumed it was Mia. She was 15 and constantly hungry. Midnight snacks were nothing unusual. I nudged James, but he just grunted and rolled over. The sound came again. Thud. Then a pause. Thud. Another pause. Thud. I lay there for a few minutes, debating whether to go downstairs. It seemed to stop, so I drifted back to sleep, only to be woken again maybe an hour later by the same sound. This time it was more persistent. Thud, 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 like someone was methodically opening and closing every cupboard in the kitchen. Again I assumed it was Mia, though I was a bit annoyed she was being so loud at... I checked the clock, 3:25 a.m. I must have fallen asleep again because the next thing I knew, it was morning. Over breakfast, I asked Mia if she'd been in the kitchen during the night. No, she said, looking confused. I slept through. Why? I heard cupboards opening and closing, I explained. It went on for ages. James laughed. Probably just the house settling. These old places make all sorts of noises. I wasn't convinced, but I checked the kitchen anyway. Everything was exactly as I'd left it the night before. No signs of midnight snacking, no cupboards left open, nothing out of place. I told myself James was right. Just the house settling or the wind outside making the doors rattle. But then it happened again about 2 weeks later. The same thing, cupboard doors opening and closing in the middle of the night. This time, I got up to check. I crept downstairs, expecting to find Mia rummaging for food, but the kitchen was empty and dark. As I stood there, I heard it again, a cupboard door closing, but I could see all the cupboards, and none of them moved. The sound seemed to be coming from inside the kitchen, but nothing was happening. I checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked, nothing was disturbed. I even went outside to see if the noise could be coming from next door, but our neighbor's house was completely dark. When I came back in, the noises had stopped. I mentioned it to James the next morning, and he suggested it might be pipes or the boiler. He spent a weekend checking all the plumbing, tightening hinges on the cupboards, making sure everything was secure. For a while after that, the house was quiet. Then in May, it started again. This time, it wasn't just cupboard doors. There was the sound of drawers opening too, and once, terrifyingly, what sounded like a plate sliding across the countertop and smashing on the floor. I shot out of bed and ran downstairs, but again, the kitchen was empty. No broken plate, no mess, nothing out of place. By this point, even James was getting concerned. He'd installed a security system after a break-in a few doors down, so we knew nobody was getting in from outside. Mia started to get scared, saying she could feel someone watching her when she was alone downstairs. I found myself rushing through cooking dinner, not wanting to be in the kitchen any longer than necessary. In June, I met my friend Lisa for coffee. She's into all that spiritual stuff, crystals, tarot cards, that sort of thing. When I told her what was happening, she immediately suggested the house might be haunted. The previous owner died there, right? She asked. No, he moved to a care home, I explained. His wife died, but I don't know if it was in the house. Lisa recommended a medium she knew. I've never been one for that kind of thing, but I was desperate for answers. The following week, I went to see this woman, Marjorie, in her little flat in Kemp Town. I didn't tell her anything about why I was there, just my name. She took my hands across the table and closed her eyes. After a moment, she frowned. There's a woman with you, she said. Older, very particular about her things. She's She's unhappy. Something about changes. You've changed things, and she doesn't like it. I felt cold all over. We'd changed practically everything in the house. She lived in your house for a long time, Marjorie continued. It was her pride and joy. She doesn't like what you've done to the kitchen especially. She says it's not right. I hadn't mentioned renovations or a kitchen. I hadn't mentioned anything. She's showing me something up high. You need to check the loft, Marjorie said, opening her eyes. There's something there she wants you to find. I left feeling shaken. We hadn't been in the loft since the renovations. There was nothing up there. We'd emptied it completely. That evening I told James what Marjorie had said. He laughed it off, calling it a lucky guess, but I could tell he was unsettled too. Eventually, he agreed to check the loft, probably more to humor me than anything else. He pulled down the loft ladder and climbed up with a torch. I waited at the bottom, heart pounding. After a few minutes of rustling around, I heard him say, "What the hell? What is it?" I called up. "There's a photograph up here," he said, his voice strange. "It's just lying on one of the rafters." He came down with it, a black and white photograph about 5'7" inches in an old tarnished metal frame. It showed a stern-looking woman in her 60s or 70s, wearing a high-necked dress, her hair pulled back severely from her face. She wasn't smiling. "This is impossible," James said, turning the frame over in his hands. "We emptied this loft completely. I was up there for days doing the insulation. There's no way I would have missed this." I felt sick looking at the woman's face. Her eyes seemed to follow me. "Who do you think she is?" I asked. "No idea. Previous owner's mother, maybe? We should call the estate agent, see if they can put us in touch with the old owner." It took a week to track down the previous owner, Mr. Reynolds, now living in a care home in Eastbourne. I called and explained about finding the photograph. "Oh," he said, his voice brightening. "That'll be my mother. Did you find it in the loft? I wondered where that had got to." I explained that yes, we'd found it in the loft, though I didn't mention the impossibility of it being there. "That's Mother all right," he continued. "Lived in that house from 1938 until she passed in 85. Never wanted to leave, even at the end. Very particular about her house, especially her kitchen. She designed it herself in the 50s, you know. Was very proud of it." A chill ran through me. "The kitchen?" "Oh, yes. She wouldn't let anyone change a thing. Nearly had a fit when I suggested updating the units in the 70s. Said it was perfect as it was." After I hung up, I showed James the photo again. "It's his mother. She died in the house in 1985. And apparently she was very particular about the kitchen." James stared at the photo for a long time. "It's just a coincidence," he said eventually. "Has to be." Neither of us believed that, but what else could we say? That a ghost had somehow materialized a photograph in our loft, that the previous owner's dead mother was haunting us because we'd renovated her precious kitchen. James put the photograph in his workshop in the garage, saying he'd dispose of it properly. That night was the worst yet. It started with the cupboard doors again, not just closing but slamming, over and over. Then the drawers, yanking open and slamming shut with such force, the whole house seemed to shake. James and I ran downstairs to find the kitchen in chaos. It looked like someone had pulled everything out of the cupboards. Pots and pans were scattered across the floor, food items spilled everywhere, dishes broken. As we stood there in shock, a mug flew off the counter and smashed against the wall, missing my head by inches. James grabbed my arm and pulled me out of the room just as more items began to fall. The microwave toppled off the counter, a chair skidded across the floor. Mia came running downstairs, screaming. We huddled in the hallway, listening to what sounded like someone destroying our kitchen. It went on for maybe 10 minutes, then stopped suddenly. When James cautiously opened the door, the kitchen was a disaster zone, but nothing was moving anymore. The photograph, I whispered. "We need to get the photograph." James ran to the garage and came back with it. The glass in the frame had cracked, splitting right across the woman's face. "I'm sorry," I said out loud to the empty kitchen. "I'm sorry we changed your house. We didn't know." James looked at me like I'd lost my mind, but I didn't care. I took the photograph and placed it carefully in the kitchen drawer next to the sink. "There," I said. "You can stay in your kitchen." We spent hours cleaning up the mess, saying little. What was there to say? We'd just witnessed something impossible. After that night, things calmed down a bit. We still heard the cupboard doors sometimes, usually if we'd move something in the kitchen or rearrange the shelves. Occasionally, items would go missing, only to reappear in strange places. The coffee machine on the floor, the toaster in the sink. But nothing violent happened again. We lived with our kitchen ghost for 3 more years. We never got used to it exactly, but we learned to coexist. When we eventually moved in 1996, James got a job offer in Manchester. I left a note for the new owners explaining about Mrs. Reynolds and her photograph, telling them to please leave it in the drawer and respect her kitchen. I often wonder if they listened, or if they're still there, waking up to the sound of cupboard doors in the night. I've never been back to Brighton, and I've never told many people this story. Who would believe it? Sometimes I barely believe it myself. But I know what happened in that house, and I've never again dismissed someone's ghost story as imagination. Some things really can't be explained. Daddy, Story 5, Tenil. When I first got hired, my manager Connor mentioned in passing that I was replacing a guy who'd suddenly quit. I didn't think much of it then. The pay was decent, and weekend shifts meant good tips from birthday parties and drunk bowling leagues. About 2 months in, I overheard some of the senior staff talking about the incident from last year. Apparently some guy had died in the laser tag arena. Heart attack, they said. Middle-aged dude just collapsed during a game with his kids. By the time paramedics arrived, he was gone. The place shut down for like 3 days, then business as usual. Management never officially mentioned it during my training. Probably worried about scaring new hires or something. I'm not usually one for ghost stories or whatever, but weird shit started happening in the laser tag arena pretty much from my first closing shift. Nothing major at first. Equipment would be unplugged when nobody had touched it. Doors we definitely locked would be open in the morning. Sensor vests would go off randomly during cleaning. We all just blamed it on the ancient electrical system or each other messing around. My co-worker Tyler was the first to say something was off. Tyler's been there almost 3 years. Tall dude, super chill, usually stoned but reliable. One night about 4 months ago, he came out of the arena during his cleaning shift looking pale as hell. Said he kept hearing footsteps following him through the maze, but nobody was there. We laughed it off, but he wasn't joking around. After that, Tyler started documenting weird stuff. Scratches appearing on his arms after working alone in the arena. Cold spots that would move around, his phone dying instantly whenever he tried to record anything. One night his vest activated and displayed a hit, even though the system was powered down for cleaning. I didn't really believe him until what happened to me last week. It was Thursday and we were closing up. Just me, Tyler, and this girl Andy working that night. Connor had left early for some family thing. Around 11:30 we started the final cleaning routine. Andy took the arcade and ticket counter. Tyler and I got stuck with the laser tag arena, as usual. Our laser tag setup is pretty big. 2 floors with ramps connecting them, black light reactive paint everywhere, those foam obstacles and hiding spots. The upper level has this balcony area with a railing overlooking the main floor. It takes a good 40 minutes to wipe everything down, check for lost items, and make sure all the equipment is charging for the next day. Tyler and I split up. He took the lower section, I went upstairs. We were almost done when it happened. Both the overhead lights and all the black lights cut out simultaneously. Complete darkness, not like regular darkness where your eyes adjust. This was absolute black. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. "Tyler," I called out, trying to sound calm but probably failing. "Power's out?" No answer. "Tyler, you there? Did you hit the breaker by accident?" Still nothing. I felt my way along the wall, trying to remember the layout. I had my phone in my pocket but couldn't get it out without letting go of the wall, and I was too disoriented to risk that. Then I heard it. A scream. Not like a joking boo scream, but the kind that makes your blood freeze. Tyler's voice coming from somewhere behind me. "Jake, help! Jake!" I spun around, forgetting about following the wall, and somehow pulled my phone out. I turned on the flashlight and pointed it toward the sound. What I saw still doesn't make sense. Tyler was dangling half over the upper level railing, his legs kicking wildly in the air. He was facing me, eyes wide with panic, gripping the top bar with just one hand. The railing comes up to about mid-chest. You'd have to really try to fall over it. But there he was, somehow on the wrong side of it. I ran to him, dropping my phone in the process. The light spun across the floor, casting wild shadows. I reached the railing and grabbed his arm, just as his fingers were slipping. "I got you!" I yelled, leaning over and grasping his wrist with both hands. He was heavy, and for a second I thought we were both going over. My stomach was crushed against the railing, and I felt the metal digging into my ribs as I pulled with everything I had. Somehow I managed to haul him up enough that he could get his other arm over. Together we got him back on the right side of the railing. We collapsed on the floor, both of us breathing hard. That's when all the lights suddenly came back on. Main lights, black lights, everything, like nothing had happened. Tyler was shaking uncontrollably. His face was ghost white, and there were tears in his eyes. I'd never seen him like that. "What the hell happened?" I asked when I could finally speak. He couldn't talk for a minute. Just sat there shaking his head, trying to catch his breath. "Something pushed me," he finally whispered. "Something cold touched my back and pushed me." "What? No way. You must have tripped or—" "No." His voice was different now, dead serious. I was standing at least 3 feet from the railing, checking the sensor on the wall. Something ice cold pressed against my back, like hands, Jake. Fucking freezing hands, and shoved me hard. I felt it. I didn't know what to say. I've known Tyler for months. He's not the type to make shit up or be dramatic. "Look at this," he said, turning around and lifting his shirt. There on his lower back were 3 long red marks, like someone had dragged their fingers across his skin. They were already starting to bruise. "Maybe you hit something when—" I started. "This is the 3rd time," he cut me off. "The 3rd fucking time something's attacked me in here." "What do you mean, attacked?" Tyler finally stood up, still unsteady. 2 weeks ago, I was stocking the vest rack downstairs, and something grabbed my ankle so hard it left finger-shaped bruises. Connor saw them but said I probably bumped into something. Then last Friday, I was alone in here setting up for a birthday party, and something pushed me down the ramp. Full on shoved me from behind. I sprained my wrist trying to catch myself. I remembered Tyler wearing a brace but hadn't thought much about it. "Why didn't you say anything?" "I did. Nobody believes me. Connor thinks I'm making it up to get workers' comp or something." He looked around nervously. "But it's only ever me. No one else gets messed with. It's like whatever's in here has picked me specifically." We made our way downstairs carefully. Tyler was still visibly shaken, and I kept close to him, though I wasn't sure what I'd do if something invisible attacked again. Andy was at the main counter looking confused. "What happened to the power? The arcade just went completely dark for like 2 minutes." "Just the breaker probably," I said automatically, not wanting to freak her out. Tyler shot me a look but didn't contradict me. We finished closing in record time, nobody wanting to stay any longer than necessary. As we were leaving, Tyler stopped at the door and turned to me. "I'm not coming back," he said quietly. "I can't. Whatever that thing is, it's getting more aggressive. First grabbing, then pushing down the ramp, now trying to throw me off the balcony. Next time I might not be so lucky. You think it's the guy who died here? Why would he be targeting you? Tyler shrugged. I don't know. Maybe I remind him of someone. Maybe he's just angry. All I know is I can't risk coming back. He quit the next day, called Connor and just said he was done. Connor was pissed, said Tyler was irresponsible, but I understood. After Tyler left, I started asking questions, discreetly. Found out the guy who died was named Robert Keller. Heart attack during his son's birthday party. What nobody told me was that he died on the upper level, right by the same railing where Tyler was pushed. But here's the detail that keeps me up at night. I asked Jessica, who's worked here the longest, if she remembered Tyler ever interacting with the Keller family before the dad died. Yeah, actually, she said, looking surprised I'd asked. Tyler got into it with that guy maybe a week before he died. The man was being an asshole about his kid losing the game, saying our equipment was rigged. Tyler told him to chill out. It was just a game. The guy made a big scene, even threatened to get Tyler fired. We had to comp their whole party to get them to leave. Since Tyler quit, nothing weird has happened in the arena. No power outages, no unexplained noises, nothing. It's like whatever was there got what it wanted. I'm still working at Laser Zone, but I always find reasons to avoid cleaning the arena alone. Connor thinks I'm being lazy, but I don't care. I've started looking for another job. The thing that haunts me most isn't just what happened to Tyler. It's the moment right after I grabbed him, when I was struggling to pull him up. For just a second, in the spinning light from my dropped phone, I swear I saw something else on the upper level with us. A dark shape standing a few feet away, just watching. Not helping, not attacking further, just observing. Like it was evaluating whether to finish what it started. I never told Tyler about that part, figured he was scared enough already. Sometimes when I'm locking up at night, I feel like someone's watching me from the darkened arena entrance. I never look directly at it anymore. I'm afraid of what might be looking back. I don't know if Robert Keller's ghost tried to kill my friend that night, but I do know that Tyler was the only employee who ever had a confrontation with him when he was alive, and Tyler was the only one who ever experienced anything supernatural in that arena. Whatever happened that night, I can't explain it logically. All I know is that when those lights went out, something that shouldn't exist nearly pushed my friend to his death. And sometimes I wonder if I hadn't been there to grab him, would anyone have believed it wasn't just an accident? Story 6. I still get goosebumps every time I think about that summer evening, and it's been almost 2 years now. I'm 19 now, but I was 17 then, and what happened that night in our old farmhouse kitchen has haunted me ever since. My twin brother Michael, my 12-year-old sister Emily and I were home alone that evening. Our parents had gone to a fundraiser dinner in Burlington, about an hour's drive from our place in rural Vermont. We live, well, my parents still live, in this 1890s farmhouse that sits on about 12 acres of land. The closest neighbors are over half a mile away down our long gravel driveway, and you can't even see their lights at night through the dense trees. It was around 8:30 p.m. in late July. The sun was just starting to set, casting this golden orange glow through our kitchen windows. Mom and Dad had left us with a sink full of dinner dishes, typical, and we were working on cleaning them up. I was washing, Michael was drying, and Emily was putting everything away. The kitchen in our house is large and open with wood beam ceilings. It's got this worn wooden floor that creaks in certain spots, old white cabinets, and a big farmhouse sink beneath a window that looks out at our backyard and the woods beyond. There's nothing fancy about it, just an old country kitchen with a round oak table in the middle and mismatched chairs around it. We were just doing the dishes, talking about normal stuff. I remember Michael was complaining about having to mow the lawn the next day, and Emily was excited about going to her friend's house for a sleepover that weekend. It was completely ordinary, which makes what happened next feel even more wrong. I don't know who started it, but one of us began humming Greensleeves. It's this old English folk song that our grandmother used to sing to us when we were little. Before long, all three of us were singing it together while we worked. It wasn't planned or anything. It just happened naturally, the way siblings sometimes fall into these shared moments. Alas, my love, you do me wrong, to cast me off discourteously. We sang the whole thing through, all three verses that we knew, our voices echoing a bit in the kitchen. When we finished, we all sort of trailed off naturally at the end, and I remember there was this brief moment of silence. I was just reaching for another plate in the soapy water, and then it happened. Someone, or something, whistled the next few notes of the melody, clear as day, right there in the kitchen with us. It wasn't like a faint sound, or something we could have imagined. It was a perfect, crystal-clear whistling that continued the tune for about 5 seconds after we'd stopped singing. The whistling sounded like it was coming from the empty space near our pantry door, just a few feet away from where we were standing. We all froze. I remember the plate in my hand was dripping water onto my foot, but I couldn't move. The three of us looked at each other, and I'll never forget the expression on Michael's face. This mix of confusion and fear that probably mirrored my own. "Did you hear that?" Emily whispered, her eyes wide. Michael nodded slowly, staring at the spot where the whistling had seemed to come from. "That wasn't one of us," he said, his voice tight. "My first thought was that someone had come into the house, but we would have heard the doors. Every single door in our old house creaks loudly, and we'd locked them after our parents left. The kitchen is in the center of the house, so anyone coming in would have had to walk past us to get there." "Maybe someone's outside," I suggested, but even as I said it, I knew it didn't make sense. The whistling had been too clear, too present in the room with us. Still, Michael immediately went to the window over the sink and looked out. I followed him, peering over his shoulder. Our backyard was empty, bathed in the fading golden light. No movement, no people, just our old maple tree and the beginning of the woods beyond our property line. "I'm going to check outside," Michael said, already heading for the back door. I followed him, not wanting to split up. Emily came too, clinging to my arm so tightly it hurt. We stepped onto the back porch and looked around. Nothing. We walked all the way around the house, checking for any signs that someone might be playing a trick on us. But there was nobody, and our driveway was empty except for Michael's old Subaru parked where it always was. We live at the end of a long, winding dirt road, and you can see or hear a car coming from quite a distance. No one had driven up. When we went back inside, Emily was crying a little. She's always been sensitive, and I could tell she was really scared. To be honest, so was I. My hands were shaking as I locked the door behind us. "Maybe it was an echo," Emily suggested hopefully, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. But we all knew that didn't make sense. Our kitchen doesn't have the kind of acoustics that would create an echo like that, especially one that would continue a melody we'd already stopped singing. And the whistling hadn't sounded like any of our voices. It had a distinct tone, almost melodic, but somehow wrong. "Let's try something," Michael said. He's always been the rational one, trying to find logical explanations. "Let's sing it again, the same way, and see if it happens again." I didn't want to. Something about potentially inviting that whistling sound back made my skin crawl. But I also wanted an explanation, so I nodded. We went back to our positions at the sink and started singing Greensleeves again, trying to match our previous volume and pace. We sang it through completely, then stopped and waited. Nothing happened, just the silence of our kitchen and the faint ticking of the old clock on the wall. We tried again, and again nothing. Whatever had whistled after our song earlier wasn't responding now. That's when I really started to panic. I remember suddenly feeling like I couldn't breathe. My heart was racing and my ears started ringing. I covered them with my hands and slid down against the kitchen cabinets until I was sitting on the floor. Michael later told me I was hyperventilating. "Kath, it's okay," Michael kept saying, kneeling next to me. "It's probably just, I don't know, but there has to be an explanation." But I couldn't shake the absolute certainty that we weren't alone in that house, that something had been in the kitchen with us, listening to us sing, and had decided to join in. Something invisible, something that shouldn't exist. After I calmed down a bit, Michael decided we needed to search the entire house. I didn't want to separate, so we all went together, turning on every light as we went from room to room. We checked closets, under beds, behind furniture. We even checked the old root cellar under the house, which I've always hated going into. Nothing was out of place. No one was there. We ended up huddled together on the living room couch with all the lights on, the TV playing loudly for background noise, waiting for our parents to come home. Emily eventually fell asleep between Michael and me, but we stayed awake, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house settling. When our parents finally got home around 11:30, they found us like that. We told them what happened, and while they didn't dismiss us outright, I could tell they thought we'd spooked ourselves somehow. Dad did another walkthrough of the house just to reassure us, but of course he found nothing. "Old houses make strange noises," he said, patting my shoulder, "and sometimes our minds play tricks on us when we're alone at night." But it wasn't a trick, and it wasn't our imagination. All three of us heard it, and we still talk about it sometimes, trying to make sense of it. The memory hasn't faded at all. Since that night, I've been researching our house's history. It was built in 1891 by a Scottish immigrant farmer named Caleb McIntyre, who had 5 children. I found out from town records that his youngest daughter, Mary, died of influenza in 1904 when she was just 9 years old. According to a newspaper clipping I found at the local historical society, she was known for her beautiful singing voice and had often performed at community gatherings. I don't know if that has anything to do with what we heard. I've never really believed in ghosts, but I don't have any other explanation for what happened. And that's not the end of it. My parents still live in that house, and they've started experiencing strange things too. Nothing as direct as the whistling we heard, but little things. Objects being moved from where they left them, doors that were closed being found open in the morning, the radio turning on by itself and playing old songs before suddenly shutting off. My mum called me last week to tell me that she was in the kitchen baking when she heard a child's laughter coming from the empty dining room. When she went to check, there was no one there, but the old music box that had belonged to my grandmother, the one that plays Greensleeves, was open on the sideboard, though she swears it had been closed and put away in a drawer. I haven't gone back to stay overnight since I left for college. Michael hasn't either. Emily still lives there, of course, but she says she never goes into the kitchen alone after dark anymore. She sleeps with her bedroom door locked and a nightlight on. What bothers me most about that night isn't just the whistling itself, but the feeling I had in that moment. The absolute certainty that whatever was whistling was standing right there with us, watching us, perhaps having watched us for a long time. I still can't shake the feeling that it was pleased to finally make itself known. I've tried to find rational explanations. Maybe it was the wind somehow making a strange sound through the old house's ventilation. Maybe one of us was unconsciously whistling without realizing it. Maybe the pipes or some other part of the house's infrastructure created the noise. But none of those explanations feel right. None of them account for the perfect, deliberate continuation of the melody we'd been singing, the clear musical quality of the whistling, or the way it seemed to hang in the air of our kitchen before fading away. I don't know what whistled back to us that summer evening in our Vermont farmhouse kitchen. I just know that sometimes when I'm alone and the house is quiet, I catch myself avoiding humming or singing anything at all, afraid of what might answer back. Story 7. I've been thinking about posting this for a while now. It happened last October, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I'm not sure if anyone will believe me, but I need to tell someone besides my brother. It feels good to finally write it down. My mom passed away from bone cancer a little over a year ago. She fought for 4 years, but in the end, the cancer won. I was 15 when she was diagnosed, and had just turned 16 when she died. Looking back, I wish I'd been a better daughter during those years, before she got sick. We fought a lot. Typical teenage stuff, I guess. I thought she was too strict, always on my case about homework and curfews, while my friends' parents seemed so much cooler. It wasn't until those final months that we actually started connecting. Something about watching someone fade away makes all the petty arguments seem so stupid. During her last weeks, I practically lived at the hospital. We talked more in those few weeks than we had in years. She told me about her childhood, how she met my dad, her dreams for me and my brother Michael. I told her things I'd never shared before, my fears, my hopes, who I wanted to become. I promised her I'd make her proud. After she died, I moved in with my biological dad. Mom and him had split when I was 3, but he'd always been in my life. My stepdad couldn't handle being in the house without her, so he moved across the country. I don't blame him. Sometimes grief is too heavy to carry while surrounded by memories. Last October, my brother Michael came home from college for fall break. He's 4 years older than me, and we've always been close, but even more so since Mom died. That Friday night, Dad was working late at the hospital. He's an ER doctor, so it was just Michael and me at home. We were sprawled on the couch watching those ghost hunter shows. You know, the cheesy ones where they freak out over every little sound. I don't really believe in that stuff, but it was almost Halloween, so it felt appropriate. Michael was deep into some theory about how one of the ghost hunters was faking evidence, and I was getting hungry. I paused the show and headed to the kitchen for some ice cream. Dad always keeps this fancy vanilla bean in the freezer. I grabbed the carton and a spoon, not bothering with a bowl since no one was around to scold me. I took a couple bites standing at the counter, then put the carton back in the freezer and rejoined Michael. About an hour later, during a commercial break, I went back for more ice cream. When I opened the carton, I froze. There was a distinct fork mark in the smooth surface of the ice cream. I know it sounds weird to notice something like that, but I just had some, and the ice cream had refrozen into a smooth surface. Now there was this perfect little set of tine marks pressed into it. 4 little lines, exactly like a fork would make. "Michael," I called out, still staring at the ice cream, "did you come in here and get some ice cream?" "Nope, been right here," he yelled back. "Bring me some, though." I looked around the kitchen, confused. The house was completely silent except for the TV in the living room. I checked the back door. Locked. Windows. Locked. I told myself maybe I'd forgotten how I'd left the ice cream. Maybe I'd used a fork earlier. No, I definitely used a spoon. I always use a spoon for ice cream. I took a picture of it with my phone. Don't ask me why, it just felt important somehow. And grabbed 2 bowls, properly serving the ice cream this time. I brought Michael his bowl and sat down without mentioning the weird fork marks. About 10 minutes later, I remembered I'd left my phone in the kitchen. When I went to get it, I noticed something on the counter that definitely hadn't been there before. A chocolate-covered fork. My heart started racing. I'm not usually jumpy, but finding a used utensil that wasn't there before when you're supposedly alone in a house is pretty freaking unsettling. I picked it up carefully. There was melted chocolate ice cream on it, the kind we kept in the back of the freezer for when Dad had a sweet tooth. I opened the freezer again and pulled out the chocolate ice cream. Sure enough, there was another fork mark in it. The container had been pushed to the front, where it usually wasn't kept. "Michael!" I called out, my voice higher than normal. "Michael, come here right now!" He must have heard the panic in my voice because he came running. "What's wrong?" I showed him the fork and the ice cream containers. "Someone's been in the kitchen. Someone used a fork to eat ice cream while we were sitting in the living room. Michael immediately went into protective big brother mode. He grabbed a baseball bat from his old bedroom and we searched the entire house. Closets, under beds, behind shower curtains, even the attic. Nothing. No one. Every door and window was locked from the inside. We stood in the kitchen, both confused and freaked out. That's when I remembered something that made my skin prickle. "Michael," I said slowly, "who's the only person we know who eats ice cream with a fork?" His face changed as he realized what I was thinking. "Mom," he whispered. "Our mom had this weird habit of eating ice cream with a fork. She claimed it melted slower that way, and you could savor it better. We used to tease her about it all the time. It was this quirky little thing that was so uniquely her." "That's ridiculous," Michael said after a moment, but his voice lacked conviction. "Someone must have broken in and left." "All the doors are locked from the inside," I reminded him. "And who breaks into a house just to eat ice cream with a fork and leave?" We stood there in uncomfortable silence, neither wanting to say what we were thinking. Finally, I said it out loud. Do you think it could be Mom?" Michael ran his hand through his hair, something he does when he's nervous. "Emma, come on. You know I don't believe in ghosts." "I don't either, normally. But the fork, Michael. The fork and the ice cream." We went back to the living room, both feeling uneasy. The ghost show was still playing, which suddenly seemed a lot less entertaining. Michael turned it off, and we sat in silence, both lost in our thoughts. That's when the lamp next to the couch started to flicker. It wasn't subtle. It was going from bright to dim and back again, almost like it was pulsing. We both stared at it. Michael reached over to check if the bulb was loose, but before he could touch it, the flickering stopped. "Probably just a power surge," he said, but his voice was shaky. And then I smelled it. A warm, spicy scent that filled the room so suddenly, it was like someone had sprayed it directly in front of us. Calvin Klein Obsession. Mom's signature perfume. She wore it every day for as long as I could remember, even in the hospital, until the smell made her nauseous during chemo. "Do you smell that?" I whispered. Michael's eyes widened. "Obsession," he said quietly. I felt tears forming. "It's her perfume." "Maybe Dad got some? Or you have some?" Michael suggested, but I could tell he didn't believe it. "The only bottle is in my car," I said, "in the glove compartment. I keep it there to smell when I miss her." The scent was so strong, so present, exactly how it smelled when Mom would come into my room after putting it on. It wasn't just a hint. It filled the entire room, impossible to dismiss or explain away. That's when the temperature dropped. I'm not exaggerating. It was like someone had opened a freezer door. 1 minute the house was normal, the next we could see our breath. Michael and I instinctively moved closer together on the couch. "Mom," I said softly to the empty room. "Mom, is that you?" The lamp flickered again, just once, like a quick flash. Michael was gripping my hand now. "This isn't happening," he muttered. "This isn't real." But it was happening. The smell of her perfume, the cold air, the lamp, and then the sound. A soft, barely audible humming. The tune of "You Are My Sunshine," the lullaby Mom used to sing to us when we were little. I started to cry then, not from fear but from recognition. The humming was coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, drifting through the room like a memory-made sound. "She's here," I whispered through my tears. "Michael, she's really here." I felt something then. Not a touch exactly, but a presence, a warmth on my shoulder where Mom used to place her hand when she'd comfort me. Michael must have felt something too, because he suddenly straightened up, his eyes fixed on a spot just over my shoulder. "I feel her," he said, his voice cracking. "Jesus, Emma, I actually feel her." The humming grew slightly louder. The melody unmistakable now. The perfume scent intensified, wrapping around us like an embrace. I closed my eyes, letting tears stream down my face. "We miss you, Mom," I said to the empty room. "I'm sorry for all the times I was awful to you. I'm sorry we didn't have more time." The air around us seemed to shift, to press in closer, almost like a hug. The lamp flickered rapidly, then settled into a steady, warm glow that seemed brighter than before. And then, as suddenly as it had all started, everything stopped. The humming faded. The perfume lingered but grew fainter. The temperature slowly returned to normal. Michael and I sat in silence for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Finally, he spoke. "That happened, right? I'm not losing my mind." I pulled out my phone and showed him the picture I'd taken of the fork marks in the ice cream. It happened. We stayed on that couch until Dad came home around midnight. We didn't tell him. How could we? But that night, I slept better than I had since Mum died. For the first time, I didn't feel like I'd lost her completely. It's been 6 months since that night. Nothing that dramatic has happened again, though sometimes I catch a whiff of obsession when I'm alone in my room, or find my photos rearranged with pictures of Mom pulled to the front. Little things, subtle things, but enough to know she's still checking in on us. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts in the general sense, but I believe my mum found a way to visit us that night. I believe she wanted us to know she's still here, still watching over us. I believe love doesn't end when life does, and I believe that sometimes, when you miss someone so much it hurts, they find a way to let you know they miss you too. I still have that chocolate-covered fork. I keep it in my drawer, wrapped in tissue paper. Sometimes when I'm having a really bad day, I take it out just to remind myself that she's not completely gone. That somewhere, somehow, my mom is still eating ice cream with a fork, still humming lullabies, still wearing that perfume I used to complain was too strong. And somehow, that makes everything a little more bearable. Story 8. I'm not sure why I'm even writing this down. I've tried talking about it with friends, and they always give me that look, like I'm either making it up or I hallucinated the whole thing. But I know what I saw. At least I think I do. And it's been bothering me for months now. This happened back in July during that brutal heat wave we had in Portland. It was a Thursday afternoon, around 4 p.m. I remember because I'd just left work early to beat traffic. I work at a tech startup downtown, and my boss had been cool about letting us go before the evening rush since the AC in our building was struggling to keep up with the 95-degree heat. I was walking down West Burnside, right by Powell's Books, heading to the parking garage where I keep my car. The sidewalks were busy but not packed. You know how it is in summer when tourists mix with the after-work crowd. I had my phone out, scrolling through messages, while occasionally glancing up to avoid bumping into people. That's when I first noticed him, this homeless guy about half a block ahead. Nothing unusual about seeing homeless people in Portland, right? But something about him caught my attention. He was walking along the curb with this strange, deliberate movement, placing one foot directly in front of the other like he was walking a tightrope. Toe to heel, toe to heel. His focus was intense. He had this ratty green army jacket despite the heat, worn jeans, a scraggly beard, pretty typical for the street population around here. As I got closer, maybe 20 feet away, I noticed more details. His face was weathered, probably in his 50s, but his eyes were surprisingly clear and alert. Not glossed over or vacant like you sometimes see with people struggling with addiction or mental health issues. He was muttering something to himself, but not in the argumentative way you sometimes hear. More like he was doing calculations or working through a problem. I slowed down a bit, not sure why. Something about his concentration made me curious. He was still doing this careful balancing act on the edge of the curb, arms slightly outstretched for balance. That's when everything happened. The light at the intersection had just changed. Traffic on Burnside had the green. I remember hearing a truck's engine, one of those box delivery trucks, as it accelerated through the intersection. It wasn't speeding, just moving at normal city traffic pace, maybe 25-30 mph. The homeless man suddenly stopped his tightrope walk. He looked directly at the oncoming truck, and I swear to God, he made eye contact with me for a split second. His expression wasn't frightened or confused. He looked determined, resolved. Then, without any hesitation, he just stepped off the curb and straight into the path of the truck. My stomach dropped. I actually yelled out, "Hey!" But it was too late. The truck driver saw him and slammed on the brakes. I heard the screech of tires and saw the front of the truck dip with the sudden braking. But it was obvious the truck couldn't stop in time. I turned away. I'm not proud of it, but I did. I couldn't watch someone get hit like that. I actually fumbled for my phone, thinking I needed to call 911. My hands were shaking. I remember looking down at my screen, hitting the emergency call button. Here's where it gets weird. The whole thing took maybe 3-4 seconds. I glanced back up, expecting to see, well, you know, something horrible, but there was nothing. The truck had come to a stop about 20 feet past where the man should have been hit. The driver was half standing in his cab, looking around confused. There was no body on the road, no one crumpled on the pavement, nothing under the truck. The homeless man was just gone. My first thought was that he must have somehow made it across. I scanned the other side of the street, thinking maybe he'd made a miraculous dash, and I'd missed it when I looked down at my phone. But there was no one there who matched his description. The truck driver was now fully out of his vehicle, circling around, checking under the truck. Other pedestrians had stopped too, looking confused. I heard someone ask, "Did you see something?" "There was a guy," the driver said. "He walked right in front of me. I couldn't stop in time." He was visibly shaken. I approached him, cancelling my 911 call since there didn't seem to be an actual emergency anymore. "I saw him too," I told the driver. "A homeless guy in a green jacket." We both looked around, bewildered. A small crowd had formed now. A woman said she thought she'd seen someone step off the curb, but she'd been looking at her phone and wasn't sure. The truck driver and I checked around his vehicle again. Nothing. No blood, no torn clothing, no sign of impact whatsoever. The driver was practically in tears, convinced he must have hit someone, but there was literally zero evidence of it. After about 10 minutes, with traffic backing up and no body or injured person to be found, the driver reluctantly got back in his truck and continued on. The small crowd dispersed. I stood there on the sidewalk, completely confused. I even walked to the other side of the street and checked the alleys and doorways. Nothing. I went back to where I first saw the man doing his tightrope walk and looked around there. Nothing. Let me be absolutely clear about something. This wasn't some shadowy figure or translucent ghost story bullshit. This was a solid, physical human being that I could describe in detail. The ratty green jacket with a torn left sleeve, the dirt-stained jeans, the worn-out boots. His hair was grey-brown and matted, beard uneven, like he trimmed it himself without a mirror. I even noticed a small scar above his right eyebrow. I'm an analytical person. I work with data and code all day. I don't believe in supernatural stuff. I kept telling myself there must be some logical explanation. Maybe he somehow rolled clear and ran away. But I would have seen that. And the truck driver was looking right at him. The street was wide open, nowhere to disappear to. In the brief moment I looked down at my phone. I went back to that spot the next day. I asked some of the regulars who hang out near Powell's if they knew a homeless guy matching that description. No one did, or at least no one admitted to it. I even checked the news and police reports for the next few days, thinking maybe something would show up about a pedestrian accident or a body found nearby. Nothing. What continues to bother me is how normal everything about him seemed until the moment he stepped in front of that truck. He wasn't transparent or glowing or any weird shit like that. He cast a shadow in the afternoon sun. When he walked, his feet made contact with the ground. His clothes moved with the slight breeze. He was as real and physical as anyone else on that street. I've run through every possible explanation. Mental fatigue from the heat, some kind of shared hallucination between me and the truck driver, a perfectly timed optical illusion. None of it makes sense. The most disturbing theory I've come up with is that maybe he somehow timed it perfectly to duck under the truck and roll out the other side, but that would require superhuman reflexes and precision. And the truck driver was looking right at the point of impact. He would have seen something like that. For weeks afterward, I found myself scanning the faces of homeless people downtown, looking for him. I never saw him again. I've walked that exact route at 4 p.m. many times since, thinking maybe it's some weird time loop thing. I know, I'm reaching, but nothing. What keeps nagging at me is that brief moment of eye contact before he stepped off the curb. There was something in his expression, not fear or confusion, or even the blank look of someone not in their right mind. He looked purposeful, like he knew exactly what he was doing. I've tried to rationalize it away. I've tried to convince myself I didn't see what I know I saw, but I can't shake the memory of it. And here's the thing that really gets me. I'm not the only one who saw him. The truck driver saw him too. So did at least one other pedestrian, though she wasn't watching closely. So this wasn't just in my head. A real, solid, physical human being stepped in front of a moving truck in broad daylight on a busy street in downtown Portland and vanished. Not was killed and somehow removed before anyone noticed. Not miraculously dodged out of the way. Vanished. Completely. In front of multiple witnesses. I've read about quantum physics and parallel universes and all that theoretical stuff. I never took it seriously before, but now I don't know what to think. Sometimes I wonder if the guy is still out there, still walking his invisible tightrope between whatever realities might exist, still stepping off curbs in front of trucks that can never quite hit him because he's already gone somewhere else. Or maybe, and this thought is somehow even more disturbing, maybe he didn't vanish at all. Maybe I did. Maybe for a split second, I slipped into some other version of reality where he existed, and then slipped back to this one where he never did. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I do. If someone told me this story, I'd think they were either lying or needed serious help. But I know what I saw and what I didn't see, and I still can't explain any of it. It's been 3 months now, and I still find myself slowing down when I walk past that spot on Burnside. Still scanning the sidewalk for a man in a green jacket walking an imaginary tightrope on the edge of the curb. Still wondering if today will be the day I see him again, and if that would make things better or worse. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, most days I barely believe myself, but it happened, and I still don't know how or why or what it means. I just know that I saw a man step in front of a truck and disappear from existence, taking a little piece of my certainty about how the world works with him. Story 9. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my immediate family. I've always worried people would think I'm making it up, or that I'm crazy. But after reading so many of your experiences here, I feel like maybe someone will understand what happened to me. This all happened about 14 years ago when I was 25. I had just gotten my first real apartment after college, a first-floor unit in this old 2-story building on the east side of town. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was mine, you know. I was so proud to have my own space, finally. The rent was surprisingly affordable, which should have been my first red flag. The building itself was pretty old, probably from the 1940s, with those creaky wooden floors and weird little nooks and quirks that old buildings have. The landlord, Mr. Kessler, was this odd older man who lived on the second floor. He was nice enough, but there was something off about him. I remember the day I signed the lease. He mentioned almost as an afterthought that he used the basement for storage. Just some antiques and collectibles, he said. I buy from estate sales. It's a hobby of mine. He told me I could use part of the basement for laundry and storage, but to please respect his collection area. That seemed reasonable enough. The first time I went down to do laundry, I nearly had a panic attack. The basement was this dimly lit concrete space with a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling that you had to pull a string to turn on. The washer and dryer were tucked in one corner, and the rest of the space was filled with stuff, just endless shelves and piles of objects. Old furniture, boxes of dishes, picture frames, toys, clothing, all the remnants of other people's lives. Some items still had price tags from estate sales stuck to them. There was this overwhelming feeling down there, like I was being watched by 100 pairs of eyes. I started doing my laundry as quickly as possible, never staying down there a minute longer than I had to. About 2 weeks after I moved in, the nightmares started. They were always the same. I'd wake up in my dream to see a small blonde boy, maybe 2 or 3 years old, standing next to my bed, just watching me. He always wore these denim overalls with no shirt or shoes underneath. His hair was this white blonde color that almost glowed in the darkness. His face was expressionless, but his eyes, they were so intense, so focused, like he was trying to communicate something without speaking. I'd wake up gasping, heart pounding, convinced someone was in my room. But of course there never was. I'd check all the locks, look under the bed, check the closet, all clear. After about the third nightmare, I started sleeping with a baseball bat beside my bed. Thomas, my boyfriend at the time, thought I was overreacting. "It's just stress from the new place," he'd say when I'd call him at 3 a.m. terrified, "or maybe something you ate." He was always the practical one, always had a logical explanation. He didn't believe in that supernatural nonsense, as he called it. Then it happened, the toe thing. I've always been one of those people who can't sleep with my feet covered. Even in winter, I need at least one foot sticking out from under the blanket, or I feel suffocated. One night in early October, I was lying on my back, left foot uncovered, when I felt it. A gentle pressure around my big toe, like someone was holding it between their thumb and forefinger. At first I thought I was dreaming, but when I wiggled my toe, the pressure remained. It wasn't painful at all, just there. A gentle, steady grip, like a child might hold onto a finger. It lasted maybe 3 or 4 minutes before releasing. I immediately sat up and turned on the light, heart racing. Nothing. No one. I checked the whole apartment, doors and windows all locked. I told myself I had imagined it, maybe some weird nerve thing or the beginning of a foot cramp, but the next night it happened again, and the night after that, always the same, that gentle pressure on my left big toe, always lasting a few minutes before releasing, always when I was just drifting off to sleep. After about a week of this, I started leaving the TV on all night. I bought a nightlight. I even tried sleeping with socks on, but I'd kick them off in my sleep every time. The toe grabbing continued. Then came the night that really freaked me out. I had been dealing with this for about a month by this point. I was exhausted from lack of sleep, irritable, starting to question my own sanity. That night the pressure started as usual, but it didn't stop after a few minutes. 5 minutes became 10, then 15. Finally, feeling absolutely ridiculous but desperate, I whispered into the darkness, "Hey, please let go of my toe." My voice sounded so loud in the quiet room. To my absolute shock, the pressure gradually released. Not all at once, but slowly, like someone carefully letting go. The next day, I called Thomas and told him everything. I expected him to laugh, to tell me I was being silly. Instead, he said, "I'm moving in this weekend. You shouldn't be alone there." Thomas had been planning to move in eventually, but we hadn't set a date. Within 3 days, he had packed up his apartment and moved into mine. He didn't say it outright, but I could tell he was worried about me. Not that he believed in ghosts. He was concerned about my mental health, which honestly wasn't much more comforting. For a few days after he moved in, nothing happened. I started to think maybe I had imagined the whole thing after all. Maybe it was just stress or some weird half-asleep hallucination. Then came that night, the night Thomas became a believer. We had gone to bed around midnight. Thomas fell asleep almost immediately. He could sleep through an earthquake, but I was still awake, staring at the ceiling. Around 1 a.m. I felt it again, that now familiar pressure on my left big toe. My heart started racing. Part of me was terrified, but another part was almost relieved. Like here was proof I wasn't crazy. I lay there for a minute, feeling the gentle grip on my toe, trying to decide what to do. Finally, I rolled over and shook Thomas awake. "Thomas," I whispered, "it's happening." He groaned, half asleep. "What's happening?" "The toe thing. Something's holding my toe right now." That woke him up. He propped himself up on one elbow, squinting at me in the dim light from the street lamp outside our window. "Right now, are you sure?" I nodded. "Look down there. Tell me if you see anything." Thomas stared at me for a long moment, then pulled back the covers to look toward the foot of the bed. The change in his expression is something I'll never forget. His eyes went wide, his face drained of color, and he immediately pulled the covers back up. "I feel him too," he whispered, voice tight with fear, "and I'm not looking either." We stared at each other in the half-darkness, neither of us moving, barely breathing. The pressure on my toe remained for another minute or so, then released. We didn't sleep at all that night. We sat up with all the lights on until dawn, not really talking, just processing. The next morning over coffee, Thomas finally said, "I felt something touch my ankle, right after you woke me up." "What did you see?" I asked. He shook his head. "I didn't look directly at whatever it was, but I saw movement, a small shadow, right at the foot of the bed." That was the moment everything changed for Thomas. He went from total skeptic to firm believer in less than 24 hours. He started researching the history of the building, asking Mr. Kessler questions about previous tenants, looking into local deaths and accidents. Mr. Kessler wasn't much help. He got really weird and closed off when Thomas started asking questions. All he would say was that the building had been there since 1943 and that he'd owned it for the past 15 years. When Thomas asked about previous tenants or any deaths in the building, Mr. Kessler just said, "It's an old building. People live, people die. That's life." The toe-grabbing incidents continued about 2 or 3 times a week. Always at night, always my left foot, always that same gentle pressure. Sometimes Thomas would feel something too, a light touch on his ankle or foot. We started to think of it as our ghost, this unseen presence sharing our space. One day, while Mr. Kessler was out, we decided to really explore the basement. Most of his collection was just junk, old furniture, kitchenware, toys, nothing particularly valuable or interesting. But in the far corner, tucked behind an old dresser, we found a small wooden toy chest. Inside were several toys from what looked like the 1950s or 60s, a tin truck, some wooden blocks, and a small pair of denim overalls. Child's overalls, sized for a toddler. My blood ran cold when I saw them. They matched exactly what the boy in my nightmares had been wearing. Thomas saw my face and immediately made the connection. We carefully put everything back exactly as we had found it and never went into that part of the basement again. The incidents continued for the remaining months of our lease. We considered moving out early, but honestly, by that point, we had gotten almost used to it. The presence never felt malevolent or threatening, just curious, maybe a bit lonely. We started saying goodnight to the empty room before turning out the lights. Sometimes, if one of us was home alone and felt that familiar sensation, we'd say hello out loud. When our lease was up, we decided to move to a different apartment across town. On our last night there, I felt the toe grab one final time. It lasted longer than usual, almost 10 minutes. When it finally released, I whispered, Goodbye, little one. Be well. I swear the air in the room felt different after that. Lighter, somehow, like whatever had been there had moved on. Mr. Kessler seemed oddly sad when we told him we were moving. He asked if everything had been all right with the apartment. I just said we needed more space, which wasn't entirely untrue. As we were loading the last of our boxes into the moving truck, he came down and handed me a small package wrapped in tissue paper. I found this while cleaning out some of my collection, he said. Thought you might want it. It was a small framed photograph, black and white, probably from the 1960s. A young woman holding a blonde toddler boy in denim overalls. On the back, written in faded pencil, Margaret and Jeffrey, summer 1965. I never asked how Mr. Kessler knew to give that to me. Some questions are better left unanswered. That was 10 years ago. Thomas and I got married the following year, and we've moved twice since then. We've never experienced anything similar in our other homes. Sometimes, when we're reminiscing about our early days together, one of us will bring up the toe grabber, as we've come to call him. It's become one of those shared experiences that helped cement our relationship, facing the unexplainable together. I still sleep with my left foot uncovered, out of habit, I guess. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I could swear I feel the lightest pressure on my toe, but it's probably just my imagination. Probably. Story 10. B. I still can't explain what I saw that night in the park, or the second time 3 months later. I've gone over it in my head countless times, and nothing makes sense. I'm not the type of person who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what happened has really shaken me. I moved to Osaka about 2 years ago for work. My Japanese is decent, not fluent by any means, but enough to get by day to day. I found a small but comfortable apartment overlooking a park. It's nothing special, just a typical neighborhood park with a baseball field, some playground equipment for kids, and scattered trees that provide minimal shade in summer. The park itself is pretty bare bones, not many places to hide or anything like that. One of the convenient things about my location was that there's a 7-Eleven across the park. If you cut straight through on the gravel path, it takes maybe 5 to 7 minutes to get there. Going around the park adds another 10 minutes at least. It was a warm evening in July, around 9:30 p.m. The humidity was ridiculous that day, and I had run out of beer at home. I decided to make a quick trip to the convenience store before it got too late. The park was mostly empty, as it usually is after dark. There's lighting along the main path, but it's not super bright, just enough to see where you're walking. I was about halfway through the park when I noticed her. A woman standing maybe 5 meters off the path to my right, just standing there in the dimness between 2 streetlights. She was completely still, facing away from the path, staring at the row of houses that border that side of the park. She wore what looked like a simple dark dress, or maybe a skirt and top. It was hard to tell in the low light. Her hair was black and straight, hanging a bit past her shoulders. At first, I didn't think much of it. People sometimes cut through the park or stopped to make phone calls. But something felt off about how still she was standing, almost like a statue. As I got closer, I called out, "Konbanwa," good evening, like you normally would when passing someone. It's just common courtesy in Japan. No response. Not even a slight movement to acknowledge me. I continued walking but slowed down a bit. As I passed her position on the path, I could see her face in profile. That's when I felt the first chill, despite the summer heat. Her expression was intense, not angry exactly, but deeply troubled. Her eyes were fixed on one particular house, a 2-story beige one with a small balcony. Her face was completely rigid, brows slightly furrowed, jaw clenched. She looked like someone who had just received terrible news and was trying to process it. I kept walking, a bit faster now. After about 5 to 10 steps past her, something compelled me to look back. I'm not sure why. Maybe just that instinctive feeling when something doesn't seem right. She was gone, completely vanished. I stopped dead in my tracks. The spot where she had been standing was empty. I looked around, scanning the entire area. There was absolutely nowhere she could have hidden. The trees in the park are young and thin, definitely not thick enough for someone to hide behind. There are no bushes in that section, no benches, no playground equipment nearby, nothing. Just an open, grassy area with those skinny trees spaced far apart, and she couldn't have run away. The ground in the park is that fine gravel that crunches loudly when you walk on it. I would have heard her footsteps if she'd moved, especially if she'd moved quickly enough to disappear in the few seconds I wasn't looking. Plus, the nearest exit from the park was at least 30 meters away. There's no way she could have covered that distance silently and so quickly. The moment I realized she had vanished, the atmosphere changed. It's hard to describe, but the air felt thick, heavy. The normal nighttime sounds of the city seemed muffled, and I had this overwhelming sensation that I was being watched, not just observed, but intensely studied. The hairs on my arms stood up despite the humid heat. I've never felt anything like that before. It was like the entire park had suddenly become aware of me, like I was an intruder. My heart started pounding, and I felt this urgent need to get out of there. I practically speed-walked the rest of the way to the convenience store. The bright fluorescent lights and the clerk's bored "Irashaimase" greeting felt jarringly normal compared to what I'd just experienced. I grabbed my beer and some snacks, trying to calm down. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe she'd crouched down for some reason, or maybe I just hadn't seen her leave. On the way back, I took the long route around the park. No way I was cutting through again. Even from the street, I found myself scanning the area where I'd seen her, half expecting to spot her still standing there, staring at that house. But there was nothing. I didn't tell anyone about it at first. What was I going to say? I saw a woman who disappeared into thin air. I'd sound crazy. So I tried to forget about it, chalking it up to tricks of the light or my imagination. For the next couple of months, I avoided cutting through the park after dark. I'd take the long way around if I needed something from the store in the evening. During daylight hours, I sometimes found myself looking at that spot, trying to figure out if there was some explanation I'd missed. There never was. Then, about 3 months later, it was mid-October, it happened again. I was up late working on a project, and I stepped out onto my small balcony for a cigarette around 11:30 p.m. My apartment is on the 4th floor, giving me a decent view of most of the park. It was a clear night, cooler now that fall had arrived. The park was empty, the baseball field and playground just dark shapes under the sparse lighting. As I was smoking, my eyes drifted to that same area where I'd seen the woman before. My heart nearly stopped. She was there. Same position, same stance, same dark clothing, standing in exactly the same spot as before, staring at the same house. Even from my balcony I could see how rigid her posture was, how intently she was focused on that building. I froze, cigarette halfway to my mouth, unable to look away. I wasn't imagining things. This was real. The same woman, in the same spot, with the same unnatural stillness. I'm not sure how long I stood there watching her. Maybe 30 seconds, maybe a minute. Then my phone buzzed in my pocket. I instinctively glanced down to pull it out just for a second. When I looked back up, she was gone. Just like before, she had vanished completely. One moment there, the next gone. No movement, no walking away, just gone. And again, that heavy feeling settled over everything, like the air itself had become dense and watchful. I rushed inside and locked my balcony door, pulling the curtains closed. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. I sat on my couch for hours, unable to sleep, going over what I'd seen again and again. The next morning, I almost convinced myself it had been a dream, or my mind playing tricks on me. But I know what I saw. Both times the woman was real, at least she appeared real, and both times she vanished impossibly. Over the following weeks I did some casual investigating. I tried asking neighbors about the house she was staring at. But my Japanese isn't good enough for complicated conversations, and I didn't want to seem like a creep asking about specific houses. I checked online for any news about that street or house, but found nothing unusual. I've gone back to using the path through the park now, even at night. Part of me hopes to see her again, so I can confirm I'm not losing my mind. Another part of me is terrified of that exact possibility. I've never seen her again, but sometimes when I pass that spot in the park, I feel that same heavy, watchful sensation. Sometimes I find myself looking up at that house, wondering what she saw there, what drew her to that specific place with such intensity. Was she a ghost? Some kind of echo or imprint of a real person? Was she ever even real at all? I don't know. But on those 2 nights, in that unremarkable park in Osaka, I saw something that defies explanation. A woman who appeared, stayed perfectly still, and then vanished completely into thin air. What troubles me most isn't just that she disappeared, it's the way she was looking at that house. Like she was witnessing something terrible. Like she was frozen in a moment of horrible realization. And sometimes, when I'm walking through the park at dusk, I find myself looking at that house too, wondering what she saw that I can't see, wondering if one day I'll understand what held her there, frozen in that moment of silent distress, and wondering if someday someone will see me standing there too, unable to look away, unable to move on. Story 11. I've been debating whether to share this for years. I'm 29 now, but this experience from my childhood still bothers me, and I honestly just need to put it out there to see if anyone has experienced something similar. When I was 4, my parents took me to visit my Aunt Julie's parents in Woodstock. They lived in this big old Victorian house that had been in their family for generations. The kind with creaky floorboards, odd-shaped rooms, and that distinctive old house smell. I remember being excited because my cousin Emma was there too, and even though she was 3 years older than me, we got along well. The first thing that struck me about the house was how massive it seemed to a 4-year-old. High ceilings, dark wood everywhere, and these long shadows that stretched across the walls when the sun came through the windows at certain angles. My aunt's parents, I called them Nana Beth and Papa Joe, were super nice but definitely strict about where kids could and couldn't go in the house. The first night there, they put me in Emma's room with a sleeping bag on the floor. Her room was right at the top of the main staircase, on a landing that connected to several other rooms. And this is where my memory gets so specific, even now, 25 years later. Next to Emma's door, there was this hallway. It wasn't huge or anything, maybe 15 feet long, with faded floral wallpaper that had yellowed with age. At the end of it was a white door with one of those old glass doorknobs that looked like a diamond. I remember the hallway floor had this runner carpet that was worn down in the middle, sort of burgundy-colored with some kind of pattern on it. During that first day, I went to open that door because I was curious, and Papa Joe caught me. He wasn't mean about it, but he was really firm. "David, this leads to the back stairs, down to the kitchen. They're steep and dangerous, and I don't want you going down there. You could fall and hurt yourself badly. Use the main stairs only, understand?" I nodded, of course. But that hallway fascinated me for some reason. Something about it just seemed important. I can't explain why, even now. That evening I remember sitting on the landing playing with some toy cars while the adults were talking downstairs, and I kept glancing toward that hallway. It seemed darker than the rest of the upstairs, like the light from the landing didn't quite reach all the way down to the door. Nothing strange happened during that visit. We stayed for 3 days, and I followed the rules. I never went down that hallway again. Just a normal family visit to slightly boring old relatives in a big old house. Fast forward about 3 years. I was 7, and we went back to visit Nana Beth and Papa Joe. I was excited because I remembered having fun with Emma last time. When we arrived, everything seemed smaller than I remembered. You know how that happens when you revisit places from when you were little. After dumping our bags in the guest room, I immediately ran upstairs to find Emma. Her room was right where I remembered it, at the top of the main stairs, but something felt off. I stood on the landing, confused, looking at the wall next to Emma's door. It was just a wall, with a small table against it, holding a vase of flowers. The hallway was gone. I remember turning to my mom, who had followed me up, and asking, "Where'd the hallway go? The one that goes to the kitchen stairs?" She looked at me weird and said, "What hallway, honey? There's no hallway here." I insisted there had been a hallway right there, next to Emma's room, that led to stairs down to the kitchen. I described it in detail. The wallpaper, the runner carpet, the white door with the glass knob. Mom just looked confused and said, maybe I was mixing it up with another house we'd visited. When Emma came upstairs, I asked her about it too. "Remember the hallway that used to be here? The one Papa Joe told me not to go down because the stairs were dangerous." She gave me this blank look and said, "There's never been a hallway here, dummy. Just that wall." I was so confused. I went to Nana Beth and asked if they'd done renovations or something. Maybe they'd closed off the hallway since our last visit. She seemed genuinely puzzled and said they hadn't changed anything upstairs in decades. Papa Joe overheard and kind of chuckled, saying my imagination must be playing tricks on me, but it wasn't imagination. I remembered that hallway. I remembered the specific warning not to go down it. I remembered the pattern on the carpet runner. How could I have imagined all those details? That night, Emma and I were sharing her room again. I couldn't sleep, partly because I was still bothered by the missing hallway. Everyone treating me like I was making things up or confused was frustrating. I knew what I had seen. It must have been around midnight when I woke up needing to use the bathroom. Emma was fast asleep in her bed. The house was completely silent except for the occasional creak that old houses make. The bathroom was across the landing, so I carefully got up, trying not to wake Emma. As I opened her bedroom door and stepped onto the landing, I froze. There, in front of the wall where I remembered the hallway being, was a shimmery something. It's so hard to describe even now. It wasn't exactly a person-shaped, but it wasn't exactly not person-shaped either. More like a vertical distortion in the air, like heat waves rising from hot pavement, but forming a vaguely human silhouette. It was semi-transparent and seemed to shimmer with a faint bluish glow. I stood there, completely paralyzed with fear. I wasn't screaming or panicking. It was more like a deep, primal fear that rooted me to the spot. The figure didn't move toward me or anything. It just hovered there in front of where the hallway should have been. After what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds, it just faded away. Not dramatically like in movies, but gradually, like fog dissipating. Once it was gone, I bolted back into Emma's room, dove under my sleeping bag, and stayed wide awake until morning, terrified it would somehow come through the door. The next day, I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen. I was 7, and I already felt like everyone thought I was making up the hallway story. Telling them I'd seen a ghost or whatever it was would just make them think I was attention-seeking or having nightmares. Instead, I spent the day following Papa Joe around, asking casual questions about the house. I remember him being surprised at my interest in the house's history, but he seemed pleased to share stories. The house, he told me, had been built in 1889 by his great-grandfather. It had originally been slightly larger, but part of it was damaged in a fire in the 1920s and rebuilt slightly differently. At one point, we were in the kitchen, and I noticed something odd. The refrigerator seemed to be placed in a strange spot, slightly angled away from the wall instead of flush against it. While Papa Joe was distracted talking to my aunt, I squeezed behind it as much as I could and saw what looked like the outline of an old door frame that had been plastered over. Later, I managed to get Papa Joe talking about the kitchen. As casually as I could, I asked, "Did there used to be another door in here?" I pointed toward the refrigerator. He looked surprised and said, "Well, yes, actually. There used to be a back staircase there, leading up to the second floor. But it was closed off before I was even born. How did you know about that?" My heart started racing. I shrugged and made up something about seeing a draft coming from behind the fridge, but inside I was freaking out. There had been stairs from the kitchen going up, exactly where I remembered the hallway leading down. That evening, while the adults were having coffee in the living room, I snuck into the kitchen alone. I wanted to look behind the refrigerator again to see if there was any way to tell where those stairs would have led upstairs. As I approached the fridge, the temperature in the kitchen seemed to drop suddenly. I remember getting goosebumps all over my arms. Then I heard it, a soft creak, like someone stepping on an old wooden stair. It came from behind the refrigerator, then another creak and another, like someone was walking up invisible stairs. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The creaking sounds continued, getting closer to the sealed doorway. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. I was too scared. Then the refrigerator shifted slightly, just an inch or two, but enough that I saw it move. That broke my paralysis. I turned and ran from the kitchen so fast I nearly slipped on the tile floor. For the rest of that visit, I refused to go into the kitchen alone. I also kept waking up at night, half expecting to see that shimmery figure again, but it never reappeared. On our last day, as we were packing to leave, Emma found me sitting on the landing, staring at the wall where I remembered the hallway being. "What are you doing, weirdo?" she asked. I don't know why, but I decided to tell her everything about seeing the shimmery figure, discovering the sealed doorway in the kitchen, hearing the creaking steps. I expected her to laugh at me or tell me I was making it up. Instead, she got really quiet. After a long pause, she said, "I've never seen anything, but sometimes I hear things at night, like someone walking around when everyone's asleep." Then she quickly added, "But don't tell Mom and Dad. They always say there's no such thing as ghosts." Before we left, I asked Nana Beth if anyone had ever died in the house. She seemed taken aback by the question, but told me that yes, several people had over the years. It was an old house after all. When I pressed for details, she mentioned that Papa Joe's great-uncle had fallen down some stairs in the house and died from his injuries. She didn't specify which stairs. That was our last visit to that house. Nana Beth passed away a couple of years later, and Papa Joe moved to a retirement community. The house was sold to strangers. I'm 29 now, and I've spent years trying to make sense of what happened. I've researched the phenomenon of false memories, wondering if that explains my vivid recollection of a hallway that apparently never existed, at least not during my lifetime. But that doesn't explain the shimmery figure, or the creaking stairs, or the fact that there really had been a staircase where I somehow knew it would be. Sometimes I think maybe the hallway did exist when I was 4, and for some reason everyone is gaslighting me about it being gone when I was 7. But that makes no sense. Why would my entire family lie about something so mundane? The explanation that keeps coming back to me is something I don't really want to consider. What if, somehow, when I was 4, I saw the house as it used to be? What if that hallway and staircase were visible to me then, even though they had been physically removed decades earlier? And that shimmery figure, was it trying to show me something? Warning me? Or was it just going about its business, using a hallway and stairs that still existed for it, even if they didn't exist for everyone else? To this day, whenever I'm in an old house, I get this weird feeling that I'm only seeing one version of it, that there might be other versions layered on top of or underneath what I can perceive. I've never told this story to many people because it sounds crazy, but I know what I saw. I know what I experienced, and sometimes late at night I still dream about that hallway. In my dreams, I finally walk down it and open that white door with the glass knob, but I always wake up before I can see what's on the other side. Story 12. So, I was driving home from my friend Maya's place Tuesday night. It was around 10 p.m., maybe a little after. I'd stayed later than planned because we were catching up. I hadn't seen her in months since she moved to a different part of Detroit. The drive back to my apartment isn't exactly short, about 40 minutes, and I was taking this industrial road that runs alongside I-75. You know, one of those roads with warehouses and empty lots that's completely dead at night. I wasn't tired or anything. I'd only had one glass of wine with dinner hours earlier. The road was practically empty, maybe past 2 other cars the entire time. The streetlights were giving off that weird orange glow that makes everything look kind of eerie, but I wasn't paying much attention to my surroundings. I had my music playing, just focused on getting home. I was approaching this intersection. I drive this route sometimes as a shortcut when there's traffic on the highway, and there's this guardrail that separates the road from a steep drop down to a drainage ditch. The guardrail starts right after the streetlight at the intersection. As I got closer to the light, something caught my eye. There was someone walking on the curb beside the guardrail, and I mean literally on the curb, like balancing on it. At first, I didn't think much of it, just someone being stupid, walking where they shouldn't be at night. But then I realized how weird it was for anyone to be out there at all. This isn't a pedestrian area. There's no sidewalk, just a narrow strip of concrete curb next to a guardrail with a ditch on the other side. Nobody walks there. I slowed down a bit, not dramatically, just eased off the gas. The person, I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, was wearing dark clothes. They seemed to be struggling to keep their balance on the narrow curb. I remember thinking they were going to fall either into the road or over the guardrail. As I got closer, maybe about 20 feet away, they suddenly seemed to wobble. I was just about passing them when they lost their balance completely and literally stepped right into the road, directly in front of my car. I panicked. My heart just stopped. I slammed on my brakes as hard as I could, felt the car skid a little. I was bracing for the impact, that horrible thud you hear about when someone gets hit. I knew there was no way I could stop in time, no fucking way. I was going about 40 mph, and they just stepped out without warning. But there was no impact, no sound, nothing. I sat there, hands shaking on the wheel, still pressing the brake pedal to the floor. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was breathing in these short, panicked gasps. I remember my palms were sweating against the steering wheel. After a few seconds, I managed to look up. There was nobody there. No one in front of my car, no one on the side of the road, no one lying in the ditch or running away. Just empty space, illuminated by my headlights and the orange streetlight. The whole thing couldn't have lasted more than 3 seconds. Step, brake, gone. I sat there for maybe a minute, trying to process what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Was I more tired than I thought? I rolled down my window and looked around, thinking maybe they'd somehow jumped out of the way, but there was nowhere for anyone to go. On one side was just the guardrail and a steep drop. On the other side was an empty lot with a chain-link fence at least 15 feet from the road. I put the car in park and got out. The night was completely silent except for the distant hum of traffic on the highway. I walked around my car, checking to see if I'd somehow hit someone without feeling it. Nothing. No damage to my car, no person anywhere. I called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" My voice sounded small and weird in the emptiness. No response. I checked the ditch over the guardrail, thinking maybe they'd fallen. It was empty, just some trash and weeds at the bottom. I got back in my car and just sat there for a few minutes, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Had it been a real person at all? Maybe it was just a shadow from the streetlight that I misinterpreted. But no, I clearly saw someone walking on that curb, clearly saw them step in front of my car. After a while, Another car came down the road, snapping me out of my daze. I put my car in drive and continued home, but I was shaking the entire way. When I got to my apartment, I just sat in the parking lot for like 10 minutes before I could convince myself to get out. The next morning, I convinced myself I must have been more tired than I realized. Maybe I dozed off for a split second and dreamed it. But if I'd fallen asleep, wouldn't I have crashed? My reaction was real. I slammed on those brakes hard enough to leave rubber on the road. The fear I felt was real. I decided to drive back there in daylight. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but I had to see the spot again. I went during my lunch break yesterday. It looked so different in the daytime. Just a normal intersection with a guardrail. I pulled over and walked the area where I thought I'd seen the person. Nothing unusual. No signs that anyone had been hit. No personal items left behind. Just cigarette butts and fast food wrappers in the gutter. I'm not religious or superstitious, but this has really messed with my head. I haven't told anyone else about this because I know how it sounds. I almost hit a person who then vanished into thin air. Yeah, right. Last night I couldn't sleep at all. I kept seeing that figure wobbling on the curb, then stepping in front of my car. I've been searching online for any accidents that happened in that area. Maybe someone did die there and I saw, I don't even want to say it, a ghost. That sounds so stupid when I type it out. There was a fatal accident at that intersection 3 years ago. A pedestrian was hit crossing the road at night. The article didn't give many details, just that they died at the scene. Could that be connected? I don't know. What really freaks me out is that when I try to remember the person's face, I can't. It's like there was no face at all, just a dark silhouette. But I know I saw someone. I know they were there, balancing on that curb. I know they fell in front of my car. But then, where did they go? I've been taking a different route home since then. It adds 15 minutes to my drive, but there's no way I'm going down that road again at night. Not after what I saw. I keep wondering what would have happened if I'd stopped and gotten out immediately. Would there have been someone there? Or would I still have found nothing but empty road? I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a homeless person who somehow managed to run away really fast, but they would have had to move inhumanly quickly to get completely out of sight in that open area. And why would someone be walking on that narrow curb next to a guardrail in the first place? Maybe it was some kind of bizarre reflection, but from what? There weren't any other cars around whose lights could have caused it. I've tried watching dashcam videos of people experiencing similar things, looking for explanations. Some people talk about shadow people or other weird phenomena. I never believed in any of that stuff before, but now I'm not so sure. The most logical explanation I can come up with is that my brain played a trick on me. Maybe it was a combination of the streetlight, my own car's shadow, and fatigue. But it felt so real. I saw them step off that curb. I felt the panic. I felt my foot slam the brake pedal. My body reacted to something. But what? I'm jumpy now when I drive at night. Keep thinking I see movement out of the corner of my eye. Keep bracing for someone to step in front of me again. I called Maya yesterday, trying to sound casual, asking if she'd ever heard stories about that area near her place. She thought I was being weird, but mentioned that some of her neighbors avoid that stretch of road. She didn't know why, just said it had a bad reputation. When I pressed her for details, she couldn't give any. Just said people preferred to take the longer route around it. I'm trying to convince myself there's a logical explanation, but every time I close my eyes, I see that figure wobbling on the curb, then stepping into nothingness right in front of my car. I know I can't be the only one who's experienced something like this. Has anyone else seen something they can't explain on that stretch of road, or anywhere else in Detroit? I feel like I'm losing my mind, replaying this over and over. The worst part is the lingering feeling that I was meant to see it, that whatever it was, it wanted me to notice it, wanted me to slam on my brakes, like it was testing me or warning me about something. I've been a nervous wreck for 2 days now, jumping at shadows, checking my rearview mirror constantly. I even called in sick to work today because I couldn't stop thinking about it. I just want to understand what I saw. Was it a ghost, a hallucination, or something else entirely? All I know for sure is that I saw someone fall in front of my car, and in the split second it would have taken for them to hit my bumper, they completely vanished. And I have absolutely no explanation for how that could be possible. Story 13. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night. It's been over a year, but I can't shake it. I've gone over it in my head 1,000 times and I still can't explain it. I was working at Mike's Coney Island on Verna Highway in Detroit. It's one of those 24-hour diners where you can get breakfast anytime. I'd been there about 8 months. Not a fancy job, but the tips were decent enough. And Mike was flexible with my schedule, which I desperately needed as a single mom with a 2-year-old daughter. That Friday night, well, technically early Saturday morning, was like most weekend overnight shifts. The bar crowd had mostly cleared out, and we were in that dead zone between the drunks needing food and the early birds wanting breakfast. Around 2:30 a.m., it was just me and Mike. He was in the kitchen doing prep work for the morning, and I was wiping down tables and refilling ketchup bottles. The restaurant was quiet, except for the low hum of the refrigerators and the occasional clang of pots from the kitchen. Outside, the streets were mostly empty. The fluorescent lights made everything look harsh and too bright, giving the whole place that liminal, middle-of-the-night feel that's hard to describe unless you've worked those hours. I remember checking my phone, calculating how many hours until I could pick up my daughter from my mum's place. I was exhausted. My feet hurt in those cheap, non-slip shoes, and I still had about 3 hours left on my shift. That's when I heard the sirens, several of them getting louder, then passing right by the restaurant. Police cars, an ambulance, and a fire truck, all headed toward O'Malley's, the bar about 2 blocks down where most of our late-night customers came from. I remember thinking, great, someone probably got in a fight, which meant either we'd get no customers because the bar was shut down, or we'd get a whole crowd of people with drama and stories. I was hoping for the first option. I was too tired for drama. Mike poked his head out from the kitchen when he heard the sirens. "What's going on out there?" "Looks like something's happening at O'Malley's," I said, watching the emergency lights flash through our windows. "Probably Jerry started a brawl," Mike joked, but we both knew that wasn't likely. Jerry was one of our regulars, an older guy in his 70s who came in almost every night after the bar closed. He'd sit at the counter, always in the same spot, 3rd stool from the register, and order the same thing: coffee, 2 eggs over easy, and wheat toast. $4.37 was his bill every time, and he always left $6 and told me to keep the change. Jerry was a creature of habit. He'd been coming to the diner for years, long before I started working there. Mike told me Jerry had been a factory worker at Ford for over 40 years before retiring. His wife had died about 5 years ago, and since then, he'd spend his evenings at O'Malley's, have a few beers, then come to our place for his late-night meal. He wasn't much of a talker, but he was always polite. He called me honey or sweetheart, which would bother me from most men, but from Jerry, it just seemed like an old-fashioned courtesy. He knew I had a daughter, and would sometimes ask how she was doing. Anyway, after the sirens passed, I went back to my side work, figuring we'd find out what happened eventually. About 15 minutes later, the bell above the door jingled, and I looked up to see Jerry walking in. He looked the same as always: worn jeans, a flannel shirt under an old jacket, and that Detroit Tigers cap he always wore. He gave me a small nod and headed to his usual spot at the counter. "Hey, Jerry," I said, grabbing a mug for his coffee. "Crazy night at O'Malley's, huh?" He just shrugged and sat down. I noticed he seemed quieter than usual, but that wasn't too strange. Some nights he was more talkative than others. Mike saw Jerry through the kitchen window and waved. "Hey, Jerry." The usual. Jerry just nodded, and Mike got to work on his eggs. I poured his coffee and set it in front of him. I remember noticing his hands looked paler than usual, but the lighting in the place was always weird at night. "You okay?" I asked, and he just nodded again. I didn't push it. Some of our regulars came in to talk, but others, like Jerry, sometimes just wanted a quiet place to eat. I figured maybe he'd had a rough night or was tired. I went to check on Mike in the kitchen, and he already had Jerry's toast in the toaster and the eggs nearly done. "Eggs over easy for the old man," Mike said, sliding them onto a plate. He added the toast when it popped up. "Does he seem okay to you? He's quieter than usual." "Yeah, I noticed that too. Maybe he's just tired," I said, taking the plate. The whole interaction took maybe 2 minutes. When I brought Jerry his food, he looked up at me and gave me a small smile. "Thank you, honey," he said. His voice sounded a bit far away, but again, I didn't think much of it. Late nights do weird things to your perception. "No problem, Jerry." Jerry left $100, and he didn't eat anything. Mike frowned and looked at the untouched food. "That's weird. Maybe he wasn't feeling well? Did he say anything?" "Just keep the change like he always does." But look, he didn't even touch his coffee. We both stood there, staring at the plate, trying to make sense of it. Mike finally shrugged. "Maybe he got bad news tonight. That would explain all the commotion at O'Malley's. Hold on to that 100. If he comes in tomorrow, we can ask him about it. Maybe he was confused or something." I nodded and pocketed the bill, though it felt strange. Jerry had never done anything like this before. The rest of my shift was quiet. Just a couple of truck drivers came in around 4 a.m., but I couldn't stop thinking about Jerry and that $100 bill. It felt heavy in my pocket, like it was meant for something important. When I got home around 6:30 a.m., I was too tired to think about it anymore. I crashed for a few hours before picking up my daughter from my mum's place. It wasn't until later that afternoon, when I was scrolling through Facebook, that I saw the news. There had been a fight at O'Malley's the night before. Some drunk guy had gotten aggressive, and when Jerry stepped in to calm things down, he was shoved. Jerry fell and hit his head on the corner of the bar. The Post said he was pronounced dead at the scene, around 2:15 a.m. 2:15 a.m., about 15 minutes before he walked into our diner. My whole body went cold. I read the article 3 times, checking the details, looking at Jerry's photo to make sure it was the same Jerry. It was. Jerry Kowalski, 72, retired Ford worker, widower. The same Jerry who'd been coming to our diner for years. The same Jerry who had somehow come in for his usual meal after he was already dead. I called Mike immediately, my hands shaking so bad I could barely hold the phone. "Mike, did you see the news about Jerry?" "Yeah, just heard. Terrible thing. Poor old guy was just trying to help." "Mike," I cut him off, "Jerry died at 2:15 last night at O'Malley's." There was a long silence on the line. "That's not possible," Mike finally said. "He came in after that. We both saw him." "I know." Another long silence. "Maybe they got the time wrong," Mike suggested, but his voice was uncertain. "The article says he was pronounced dead at the scene. The ambulance we saw going by, that was for him, Mike." I could hear Mike breathing on the other end of the line. "This doesn't make any sense, Amanda." "I know it doesn't, but I swear to you, we both saw him. You cooked his food. I served it to him. He said, 'Keep the change,' and left that $100 bill." We both sat with that for a moment. There was no logical explanation. "What are you going to do with the money?" Mike finally asked. I looked down at the $100 bill I'd put on my kitchen table. I think he meant for me to have it. For Lily. My daughter's name. Jerry knew things were tight for us. The next day I went to Jerry's funeral. It was small, just some old guys from the bar and the plant, a few neighbors. I stood in the back, still not quite believing what had happened. One of Jerry's friends mentioned how he always went to Mike's Coney Island after the bar, every single night. for the same meal. Creatures of habit, these old guys, the man said, shaking his head. Guess he won't be having those eggs anymore. But he did. One last time. I've tried to make sense of what happened that night. I'm not religious or into supernatural stuff. I've wondered if maybe I was so tired I imagined the whole thing. But Mike saw him too. We both did. And that $100 bill was very real. I used it to start a small savings account for Lily. Sometimes I still expect to see Jerry walk through the door around 2:30 a.m., take his usual spot, and order his eggs over easy. But he never has, not since that night. All I know is that somehow Jerry's last stop before whatever comes next was our diner. His routine was so important to him that even death couldn't break it. Or maybe he came back to leave that money, knowing I could use it. I'll never know for sure. The third stool from the register stays empty most nights during my shift now. Occasionally someone will sit there, and it always gives me a strange feeling. Mike and I never talk about what happened, but sometimes I catch him glancing at that stool too. I still can't explain it. I'm not sure I want to. Some things defy explanation, I guess. But whenever I look at my daughter and think about the future I'm building for her, I remember Jerry's last words to me, "Keep the change, honey." And I am. Story 14. I've been trying to forget that apartment for nearly 20 years now. I thought I had, actually. All those memories were locked away somewhere deep in my brain until last month, when I spoke to my uncle on the phone. We were just catching up, talking about normal family stuff, when he casually mentioned that hellhole in Cleveland, and suddenly everything came flooding back. I literally had to sit down. My husband asked if I was okay, but how could I explain? How do you tell someone that you just remembered being terrorized by something that shouldn't exist? I lived in that apartment from when I was 5 until I was almost 9. It was just me, my mom, my aunt, and my uncle crammed into this tiny 2-bedroom place in one of the worst buildings in Cleveland. The rent was cheap, which is why we were there. My mom had just divorced my dad, and we didn't have anywhere else to go. God, that building was a nightmare, even without the other stuff. The ceiling in the kitchen had this black mold that kept spreading no matter how many times my mum cleaned it. We had roaches everywhere. Not just a few, I mean everywhere. I remember eating cereal one morning and watching 3 of them crawl across the table like they owned the place. The landlord never fixed anything. The heat would go out in the middle of winter, and we'd have to huddle around this tiny space heater for days. One time, the toilet backed up and flooded the bathroom with sewage. It took a week before anyone came to fix it. But those were just normal problems, you know. The kind of stuff that makes you angry but doesn't keep you up at night 20 years later. What I remembered after talking to my uncle was much worse. It started with that feeling, this heavy, oppressive weight that seemed to hang in the air, like someone had cranked up the gravity, but only inside our apartment. My uncle felt it too. He would always say something felt off about the place, but my mom and aunt never seemed to notice. They'd just roll their eyes whenever he mentioned it. The bathroom was the worst. It was tiny, barely enough room to turn around in, with this ancient tub that was permanently stained yellow. The ceiling had one of those vents, you know, the kind with the metal slats. Every time I went in there, I felt like someone was watching me. Not just the general feeling of being watched. I mean, I could feel eyes on me, specifically from that vent, and they weren't normal eyes. This is going to sound crazy, but they felt red. I never saw them, but somehow I knew they were red, and they were always watching. I started avoiding the bathroom as much as possible. I'd hold it until I was about to burst, then run in, do my business, and run out without looking up. I never told anyone why. I was too scared they wouldn't believe me, or worse, that they'd make me face it. But looking back, I think my uncle knew. He always seemed uncomfortable in there too. At night, though, that's when things got really bad. I shared a room with my mom. We had 2 twin beds crammed into this room that was barely big enough for one. Every night, after my mum turned off the lights, I'd see them. 6 dark figures standing around our beds. They weren't just shadows. They were darker than the darkness, like holes in reality. They were shaped like people with heads and shoulders and arms, but they didn't move. They just stood there, watching. I could feel them watching us. I'd pull the covers over my head and squeeze my eyes shut, but I still knew they were there. Sometimes I'd peek out, hoping they'd be gone, but they never were. They stayed until morning, every single night. I tried telling my mum once, but she just said I was having nightmares and needed to go back to sleep. After that, I stopped mentioning it. One night stands out clearer than the others. I was maybe 7 at the time. I'd had a bad day at school. Some kids were making fun of my clothes, and I couldn't stop crying when we got home. My mum was working a late shift, so my aunt tried to comfort me, but nothing helped. Eventually, she had to start dinner, so I went into my aunt and uncle's room to be alone. I was sitting on their bed, still crying, when I heard it. A soft shh right next to my ear. It sounded like a kid, maybe my age or a little younger. The voice was gentle, almost comforting, like it was trying to help me feel better. But I was alone in that room, completely alone. I froze. The sound was so clear, so real, that for a second I thought maybe another kid had somehow gotten into the apartment. I looked around, but there was no one. And then I felt it, that same heavy feeling, but stronger now, pressing down on me from all sides. I ran out of that room so fast, I nearly knocked my aunt over in the hallway. I couldn't explain what had happened. I was too terrified to even put it into words. I just clung to her and refused to go back in that room for the rest of the day. After that, I started noticing more things. Toys that would move from where I left them. The TV turning on by itself in the middle of the night. Cold spots in the apartment that would appear and disappear randomly. Once, I woke up to find all the kitchen cabinets open, every single one. My mum blamed my uncle, who blamed my aunt, who blamed me. None of us had done it. But the worst was still the bathroom. That feeling of being watched got stronger over time. I started having this recurring nightmare where I'd be taking a bath and those red eyes would appear in the vent, and then this long, thin arm would start reaching out, stretching impossibly far, reaching for me. I'd wake up screaming, drenched in sweat. After a while, my mum had to start bathing me in the kitchen sink because I refused to go in the bathroom for more than a minute at a time. We finally moved out when I was almost 9. My mom found a better job, and we got our own place across town. I remember feeling this immense relief as we drove away from that building for the last time, like this weight had literally been lifted off me. And then, somehow, I forgot. Not completely. I always remembered the apartment was terrible, with the mold and the roaches and the broken everything. But the other stuff, the shadows and the eyes and the voice, those memories just disappeared. It's like my brain decided they were too much to handle and locked them away somewhere I couldn't reach them. Until that phone call with my uncle last month. We were just catching up, and he mentioned that hellhole in Cleveland and asked if I remembered the heavy feeling there. And suddenly, it all came back. Every single detail, as clear as if it had happened yesterday. I almost dropped the phone. "Uncle Mike," I said, "do you remember seeing things in that apartment? Like figures in the dark?" There was this long pause, and then he said, "You saw them too? The people shadows?" My blood ran cold. "How many were there?" I asked. "6, he said without hesitation. "Always 6 of them." I couldn't believe it. All these years, I thought I'd imagined it all, that it was just a kid's overactive imagination. But he'd seen them too, the exact same number. He told me he'd always been sensitive to that kind of thing. His grandmother had taught him about it when he was young, had told him he had the sight. He said she'd helped him deal with it, which is why he wasn't as frightened as I was. He also told me he'd felt those eyes in the bathroom too. That red gaze from the vent that seemed to follow you around the room. He said there were times he'd go in there and feel like something was about to reach out and grab him. We talked for hours that day. He told me about other things he'd experienced in the apartment that I hadn't even known about. Strange whispers in the night. A figure that would sometimes stand at the foot of their bed. Cold hands that would touch his shoulder when no one was there. The weirdest part. My mum and aunt never noticed anything. According to my uncle, they'd walk right past the shadows without seeing them. They never felt watched in the bathroom. They never heard the voices or felt the cold spots. It was just him and me. Since that call, I've been obsessed with figuring out what was in that apartment. I've researched the building's history, looking for deaths or tragedies that might explain it. I haven't found much. The building was built in the 70s, and as far as I can tell, nothing particularly awful happened there. Just decades of neglect and poverty. I've even thought about going back. The building is still standing somehow. I looked it up online. It looks even worse now. Windows boarded up, graffiti everywhere. I don't even know if anyone still lives there. Part of me wants to see it again, to confirm that what I experienced was real. But a bigger part of me is terrified of what might still be waiting there. What if those 6 figures are still standing in the darkness? What if those red eyes are still watching from the vent? What if that child's voice is still whispering shh to comfort other scared little kids? Sometimes I wonder if they were trying to hurt us. They never actually did anything harmful. They just watched, waited. Maybe they were trapped there somehow, just like we were, stuck in that awful building with nowhere else to go. My uncle thinks they were lost souls, people who died and didn't move on. He says the heavy feeling was their sadness weighing down the air. I don't know if I believe that, but I can't come up with a better explanation. I have a good life now, a husband who loves me, a nice house in a safe neighborhood, a job I enjoy. I'm about as far from that apartment as I could possibly get. But ever since that phone call, I've been having the nightmares again. The red eyes in the vent, the long, thin arm reaching out, the 6 dark figures standing around my bed, watching, waiting. Last night I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m., the same time I always used to wake up in that apartment. The room was dark, but for a moment I swear I saw something darker than the darkness standing in the corner, a human-shaped void that seemed to be looking right at me. I blinked and it was gone. My husband slept peacefully beside me, unaware. I don't know what was in that apartment. I don't know if it followed me or if it's just the memories coming back. All I know is that I'm afraid to look at the bathroom vent now, afraid of what I might see looking back at me. And sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I find myself counting the shadows, making sure there aren't 6 of them. Story 15. I was 19 when I started working as a cleaner at Soundles Hall. It's this old mansion on the outskirts of town that's been converted into a sort of tourist attraction, with little rental huts scattered across the grounds. People come to stay in these little cottages, explore the gardens and tour the main hall. The place has a reputation for being haunted by what locals call the White Lady, supposedly the ghost of some aristocrat's wife who died there in the 1800s. When I first got the job, my supervisor Jenny warned me about the White Lady during my training. "Don't be alarmed if you see her," she said with this totally casual tone, like she was warning me about a leaky tap or something. "She's harmless, just likes to wander the East Wing." I remember laughing it off. I needed the money for college, and I wasn't about to let some ghost story scare me away from a decent-paying job. The first few weeks were normal. I'd arrive around 9 a.m., get my list of huts to clean, and work through until about 4 p.m. The huts were simple, just a bedroom, bathroom, and small kitchenette. Nothing fancy, but tourists loved them because of the authentic historic experience or whatever. It was probably my 3rd week when I noticed the first weird thing. I was cleaning Hut 7, one of the ones furthest from the main building. I was alone in there mopping the floor when I heard footsteps on the gravel path outside. They were getting closer and closer to the door, but when I looked out the window, there was nobody there. The footsteps stopped right at the door, like someone was standing on the doorstep. I waited for a knock, but nothing came. When I finally opened the door, there was absolutely no one there, just empty gravel path stretching out in both directions. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was just the wind or an animal, but it happened again the next day, and the day after that. Then came the knocking. I'd be working, and suddenly hear 3 distinct knocks on a window or door. Every time I checked, there was nobody there, never any explanation. The voices started about a month into the job, just whispers at first, like someone was having a conversation in the next room. But I was always alone in these huts. Sometimes it would be mumbling, other times it would sound like laughter. I'd stop what I was doing and listen, but as soon as I paid attention, the sounds would stop. I mentioned it to my co-worker Marcus once. He just shrugged and said, "Yeah, that happens here. You get used to it." And weirdly, I did. After a while, the footsteps, knocks and whispers became almost normal, just part of working at Soundles Hall. I even started to find it comforting in a strange way, like I wasn't really alone during those long shifts. But what happened that rainy Tuesday in November was different. Completely different. It had been pouring since morning. The kind of heavy, constant rain that makes the world feel grey and muffled. I remember my shoes and the bottom of my jeans were soaked from running from my car to the staff entrance. I was assigned to clean the row of huts nearest to the woods that day, huts 10 through 15. I started with hut 10 and worked my way down the line. Everything was normal, just the usual routine. Change the sheets, clean the bathroom, dust, vacuum, mop. I was in hut 12 around noon, wiping down the bathroom mirror, when I heard a knock at the front door. It was different from the ghost knocks I'd gotten used to. This was softer, more hesitant, like someone tapping with just their fingertips. I figured it was probably Jenny checking up on me, or maybe one of the groundskeepers seeking shelter from the rain. I walked to the door and looked through the small window beside it. I didn't see anyone. This wasn't unusual at this point, so I just went back to cleaning. A few seconds later, I caught movement in my peripheral vision. I turned to face the full-length mirror that hung on the wall across from the hall. And that's when I saw her. In the reflection, standing near the door, was a young girl. She looked about 8 or 9 years old. She had pale skin and dark brown hair tied back in a ponytail with a ribbon. She was wearing this weirdly fancy dress that looked old-fashioned, like something from an old photograph. Not modern at all. It had these puffy sleeves and a lace collar. The dress was a dark blue color, but faded like it had been washed too many times. My heart practically stopped. I spun around to face the door, but there was no one there. I checked all around the hut, looking under the bed, in the tiny closet, everywhere, empty. I was seriously freaked out, but I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. The lack of sleep, the constant ghost stories from other staff members, the gloomy weather. It was all just messing with my head. I forced myself to keep working. I finished hut 12 as quickly as I could and moved on to hut 13. I was jumpy, dropping things, constantly looking over my shoulder. About 10 minutes into cleaning, I heard another knock at the door. This time, when I looked through the window, I saw her, the same girl from the mirror. She was standing on the doorstep, her dark hair plastered to her head from the rain, her dress darker in patches where it had gotten wet. She looked up at me through the glass, and I swear my blood turned to ice, not because she looked scary. She didn't. She looked like a normal little girl. That's what made it so much worse somehow. I don't know why, but I opened the door. Maybe it was instinct. You see a kid out in the rain, you let them in. The girl didn't smile or speak at first. She just stood there, rainwater dripping from her hair and clothes. "Are you okay?" I asked her. "Where are your parents?" She looked past me into the hut, then back at my face. "Can you help me?" Her voice was quiet, almost hard to hear over the rain. "What do you need help with?" I asked, still holding the door half open, not fully inviting her in. "I need to get into our hut," she said, pointing across the gravel path to Hut 14. "Mummy's at the cafe, and she forgot the key. Can you open it for me?" I hesitated. We weren't supposed to let guests into their huts without proper verification, but she was just a kid, soaking wet from the rain. The cafe was about a 5-minute walk away in the main hall. It made sense that her mom might have gone for a coffee while waiting for the rain to let up. "Is your luggage already inside?" I asked. She nodded. "We arrived yesterday." I had my master key, and Hut 14 was on my cleaning list for later anyway. I figured I could let her in and then come back to clean once her mom returned. "Okay," I said, "let me help you." I grabbed my coat and held it over both our heads as we crossed the path to Hut 14. The wind had picked up and the rain was coming down even harder. The girl didn't say another word as we hurried across. I unlocked the door to Hut 14 and pushed it open. The girl slipped past me and went inside. I followed her in, just to make sure everything was okay. The inside of the hut was off. The beds were messy, like people had been sleeping in them, but I didn't see any luggage, no suitcases, no personal items on the nightstands, nothing in the bathroom. One of the windows was wide open, letting rain pour in and making the room freezing cold. "Is this really your hut?" I asked, suddenly suspicious. "Where's all your stuff?" The girl had gone to sit on one of the beds. She was just staring at the wall, not looking at me. When I asked the question, she slowly turned her head toward me. There was something about her eyes that I hadn't noticed before. They seemed older somehow, not like a child's eyes. "Mummy will be back soon," was all she said. I felt deeply uncomfortable. The open window, the lack of luggage, the girl's strange behavior. None of it added up. But I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just leave a child alone, especially in this weather. "I'm going to close this window," I said, moving toward it. "You're letting all the rain in." As I reached for the window, the girl spoke again. "It needs to stay open." "You'll catch a cold," I said, trying to sound normal, even though my heart was racing. "It's freezing in here." "It needs to stay open," she repeated, in exactly the same tone as before. I left the window alone. "I should get back to work," I said, "but I'll check on you again soon. Make sure your mom found you." The girl didn't respond. She just kept staring at the wall. I backed out of the hut, closed the door, and practically ran back to Hut 13. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my cleaning supplies. I tried to focus on finishing Hut 13, but I couldn't stop thinking about the strange girl. Something wasn't right. I took out my list of huts to clean for the day and checked it again. That's when I realized. Hut 14 was on my list. It was supposed to be empty, waiting for me to clean it. There shouldn't have been anyone staying there. My first thought was that there had been some kind of mix-up in the booking system. It happened sometimes. A hut would be marked as vacant when it was actually occupied. But that didn't explain the lack of luggage, or the girl being alone, or the open window in the pouring rain. I decided I needed to check it out. Maybe call Jenny to clarify if Hut 14 was supposed to be occupied. I finished up in Hut 13 as quickly as I could, then headed back across to Hut 14. The door was locked. I used my key to open it, calling out, "Hello?" as I entered, in case the girl's mother had returned. The hut was empty, completely empty. The beds were made with fresh linens. The window was closed and locked. The heating was on, making the room warm and cozy. There was no sign anyone had been there at all. It looked exactly like a hut that was ready for cleaning, which is what it was supposed to be. I checked every corner of that hut, under the beds, in the bathroom, the closet. Nothing. No sign of the girl, no sign that the beds had been slept in, no indication that the window had ever been opened. I ran outside and looked around the grounds. The rain was still coming down hard, but I could see a fair distance. There was no sign of the girl or anyone else. I considered calling Jenny, but stopped myself. What would I even say? that I'd seen a ghost, that I'd hallucinated a whole conversation with a child who disappeared. I was already the newest staff member. I didn't want to become known as the crazy one too. I forced myself to finish my shift. I cleaned the remaining huts on autopilot, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every noise. I kept expecting to see the girl again, but she never reappeared. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing her face, hearing her voice saying, "It needs to stay open," in that flat, emotionless tone. I looked up the history of Soundles Hall online, searching for any mention of a child who might have died there, but found nothing specific. Just the usual stories about the White Lady and vague mentions of other spirits that haunted the grounds. I went back to work the next day, and the day after that. I kept working at Soundles Hall for another 8 months before leaving for a better job closer to my college. In all that time, I never saw the girl again. I never mentioned her to anyone at work. I was too afraid they'd think I was making it up, or worse, that they'd confirm what I already knew, that I'd encountered something that wasn't human. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe she was a real girl who was playing a prank. Maybe I was overly tired and imagined parts of it, but I know what I saw. I know I let her into that hut, and I know she vanished without a trace. I never did see the famous White Lady of Soundles Hall, but whatever I encountered that rainy day was real. It wasn't flesh and blood, but it was there. And sometimes, when it rains heavily, I still hear soft knocking at my door. I never answer it anymore. Story 16. So I'm 16, and I share a room with my brother Tyler, who's 17. We live in this old house in Nashville that my parents bought when I was like 9. The house itself isn't anything special, just your typical suburban home, but there are things about it that have always felt off. I've always been into horror stuff. My side of the room has posters from The Conjuring and Hereditary, and I've got this Chucky doll sitting on my dresser that Tyler absolutely hates. I also have a Ouija board that I bought at Spirit Halloween last year, but I've never actually used it. Tyler thinks all my horror stuff is stupid. He's more into sports and video games. One weird thing about our bedroom is that we don't have an actual door, just this thin curtain hanging in the doorway. My parents kept saying they'd install a real door, but never got around to it. The curtain is this semi-transparent white material that you can kind of see through if the light is right. Anyway, this happened about 2 weeks ago. It was a Tuesday night around 2:30 a.m. I was still awake in bed, scrolling through Twitter. I know, I should have been sleeping on a school night. Tyler was asleep in his bed on the other side of the room. I could hear him breathing. Our parents were asleep down the hall. I was just lying there, the blue light from my phone illuminating my face in the dark, when I got this sudden feeling. You know that feeling when you just know someone is watching you? It was like that, but way more intense. The hair on my arms stood up, and I felt this cold sensation spread across my back. I looked up toward our doorway, and that's when I saw it. There was a silhouette standing there, just on the other side of the curtain. At first, I thought maybe it was my mom checking on us, but there was something immediately wrong about that idea. For one, our hallway floors are super creaky. You can hear anyone walking down them from a mile away, and I hadn't heard a single sound. Plus, this figure was just standing there, not moving, not speaking, just staring. I froze completely. I couldn't even breathe. The figure was tall, maybe around 5'8" or 5'9", and kind of slim, but the thing that really caught my attention was the hair. Even through the curtain, I could make out that whoever this was had really curly hair. Not like slightly wavy hair, but tight curls that created this distinct outline around their head. No one in my family has hair like that. My mom, dad, Tyler, and I all have straight hair. The figure just stood there, staring in my direction for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 30 seconds. It's like they could see right through the curtain, right at me. I was too scared to move or call out to Tyler. I just lay there, my phone still glowing in my hand, watching this person watching me. Then, without any warning, the figure turned and walked into the bathroom that's right next to our bedroom door. I heard nothing. No footsteps, no door opening, nothing. After a few minutes of lying there in complete terror, I finally worked up the courage to wake Tyler. I threw a stuffed animal at his bed and whispered his name, but he just groaned and rolled over. I was too scared to get out of bed, so I just pulled my covers over my head and somehow eventually fell asleep with my light on. The next morning, I checked the bathroom immediately. Nothing was out of place. No sign anyone had been in there during the night. I asked my parents if either of them had gotten up to use the bathroom or check on us, and they both said no. My mum joked that I must have been having a nightmare, but I wasn't asleep. I know I wasn't asleep. I tried to forget about it. I told myself maybe it was just shadows playing tricks on me, or maybe I was more tired than I thought. But deep down, I knew what I saw was real. For the next few weeks, nothing happened. Life went back to normal, and I almost convinced myself I had imagined the whole thing. Almost. Then yesterday, Tyler and I were home alone after school. Our parents were both working late. We were in the kitchen making snacks when Tyler suddenly got really quiet. I asked him what was wrong, and at first he didn't want to tell me, but after I kept bugging him, he finally opened up. "Don't freak out," he said, "but weird stuff has been happening to me too." My stomach dropped. Tyler is not the type to make up stories or believe in anything supernatural. He's always been the logical, rational one who makes fun of my horror obsession. So hearing him say this felt like a punch to the gut. He told me that a few times, when he'd been home alone, he'd heard someone call his name from another room. When he'd go to check, no one would be there. Once, when he was in the bathroom, the door slammed shut behind him so hard that the mirror rattled. He thought maybe it was just a draft, but all the windows in the house were closed. But the thing that really freaked me out was when he mentioned the nightmares he'd been having. He said for the past month, he's been having dreams about a person standing in our doorway, watching him sleep, a person with curly hair. I nearly dropped my glass when he said that. I hadn't told anyone about what I saw that night. Not Tyler, not my parents, not even my friends at school. There's no way he could have known about the curly hair unless he'd seen it too. I finally told him about what I saw that night. His face went completely white. We spent the rest of the afternoon comparing notes, trying to figure out what the hell is going on in our house. We even pulled out my Ouija board, but neither of us had the courage to actually use it. That night, last night, our parents came home late from work, around 9 p.m. They were tired and went straight to bed after saying goodnight. Tyler and I stayed up in the living room watching TV. Both of us, too, freaked out to go to our bedroom yet. Around midnight, we finally decided we had to go to bed. We made a pact to wake each other up immediately if we saw or heard anything strange. Tyler even moved his bed closer to mine, so we were only about 3 feet apart, instead of on opposite sides of the room. I kept my bedside lamp on, and Tyler didn't even complain about it for once. We both lay there, scrolling on our phones, neither of us saying it, but both waiting to see if our visitor would return. At about 1:45 a.m., the power went out. Just for a second, like a quick flicker, but it was enough to turn off my lamp. The room went completely dark except for the glow of our phones. "Did you see that?" Tyler whispered. "Yeah," I replied. "Probably just a power surge or something." But then we both heard it. Footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate footsteps that seemed to be getting closer to our room. The weird thing was, the floor wasn't creaking like it normally does. It was like whoever was walking was somehow avoiding all the noisy spots. Tyler sat up in bed. I could see his silhouette from the glow of his phone screen. "Mom?" he called out. "Dad?" No response, just more footsteps, getting closer. Then they stopped. right outside our curtain. We both stared at the doorway, our phones now pointed in that direction to provide some light. For a few seconds, there was nothing. Then slowly, the curtain began to move. Not like someone was pushing it aside to enter, but like someone was running their fingers along it from the other side. "Who's there?" Tyler's voice cracked as he called out. The curtain stopped moving. Then from behind it, we saw it. The silhouette. The same one I'd seen 2 weeks ago. The same height, the same slim build, and most definitely the same curly hair. It just stood there, watching us. I couldn't see a face, just the outline of a person. But somehow, I could feel it staring at us. The air in the room felt heavy and cold, like all the oxygen was being sucked out. "Do you see it?" I whispered to Tyler, my voice barely audible. "Yes," he whispered back, his voice shaking. We sat there, frozen in fear, as this figure just stood watching us. Then Tyler did something I couldn't believe. He actually got out of bed. He took a step toward the doorway, his phone held out in front of him like a weapon. "Who are you?" he demanded, trying to sound brave, but I could hear the fear in his voice. "What do you want?" The figure didn't respond. It didn't move. It just kept staring. Then Tyler took another step forward, and that's when things got even weirder. The figure suddenly turned and walked toward the bathroom again, just like it had done when I saw it the first time. Tyler rushed to the curtain and pushed it aside, shining his phone light down the hallway. I was right behind him. The bathroom door was closed and the hallway was empty. "It went in there," I said, pointing to the bathroom. Tyler nodded and slowly approached the bathroom door. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly pushed it open and flipped on the light switch. The bathroom was empty. Completely empty. No one hiding in the shower, no one behind the door. Just our regular bathroom with the ugly floral wallpaper my mom refuses to change. We checked the rest of the house, our parents' room. They were both sound asleep. The living room, the kitchen, even the basement. Nothing, no sign of anyone or anything unusual. When we got back to our room, we both noticed it immediately. The temperature had dropped drastically. It was so cold I could see my breath. And there was this smell, kind of like wet dirt or old leaves. But the weirdest thing of all was my Ouija board. I keep it on the top shelf of my bookcase, still in its box. But now it was lying open on my bed, the planchette placed directly in the center. Neither of us had touched it. Neither of us had even been near my bookcase that day. We ended up spending the rest of the night in the living room with all the lights on, taking turns staying awake to keep watch. Nothing else happened, but we both knew what we saw was real. This morning, our parents asked why we were sleeping in the living room. We tried to explain what happened, but they just exchanged that look parents give each other when they think their kids are being ridiculous. My dad said the power flicker was probably just from the thunderstorm that passed through last night, though I don't remember hearing any thunder, and the Ouija board must have fallen due to the vibrations. But Tyler and I know better. There's something in our house, something that seems particularly interested in our room, in us. I don't know if it's a ghost or what, but it's real, and it's not going away. I'm writing this now from school during lunch break. We're both dreading going home today. Tyler suggested we try to record whatever it is on our phones tonight, but I'm honestly terrified of what might happen if we provoke it. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? What should we do? Our parents won't believe us, and we can't exactly move out at 16 and 17. All I know is that I'm never looking at that curtain the same way again, and I'm definitely getting rid of that Ouija board. I just hope that's enough to make, whatever this is, leave us alone. Story 17. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my family. It's hard to explain these things without sounding crazy, you know, but I need to get this off my chest because even after all these years, I still think about it. A lot. Growing up in Milwaukee, I always felt different, like I could sense things other people couldn't. My mum used to say I was sensitive. Not in the crybaby way, but like I could pick up on energies or whatever. I know how that sounds, but there's no other way to explain it. I'd walk into certain rooms and immediately feel watched. The air would get heavy and tense, like right before a thunderstorm, but inside the house. The first time I remember something actually happening, I was maybe 5 or 6. I was in our living room, playing with my toys while my parents were in the kitchen. It was getting dark outside, but no one had turned on the lights yet. I looked up toward the far corner of the room, and there they were, 2 glowing red eyes, just hanging there in the darkness, not attached to anything, just watching me. I screamed and ran into the kitchen, telling my parents there were werewolves or vampires in the house. My dad checked, of course, and found nothing, but I refused to go back into that room alone for weeks. In 3rd grade, things got weirder. I started seeing these orbs like glowing balls of light that would appear in my bedroom at night. They'd just hover there for a few minutes, then fade away. I was convinced they were aliens. I told my teacher about it once, and she suggested maybe it was just car headlights or something reflecting off my window. But they appeared even when my blinds were closed. After a while I got used to them. They never did anything, just watched. High school is when shit really started to get freaky, especially in my bedroom. I should mention that it used to be my older brother's room before he left for college. Everyone in my family called it the spooky room, even before I moved into it. My brother had mentioned weird stuff happening there too, but I figured he was just trying to scare me. One morning during sophomore year, I woke up and noticed something on my window. In the dust, yeah, I wasn't great at cleaning, there was a perfect skull drawn on the inside of the glass. Not like a cartoonish skull, but detailed, like something you'd see in an anatomy textbook. The thing is, my window was on the 2nd floor, and the drawing was on the inside. Nobody could have reached it from outside, and nobody had been in my room. I asked my parents and sister if they'd done it as a joke, but they all denied it. I cleaned it off and tried to forget about it. A few weeks later, I was up late studying for a chemistry test. It was probably around 1 a.m., and I was the only one awake in the house. I remember feeling that familiar heaviness in the air, like I was being watched. I looked up from my textbook and saw something in the reflection of my window, a white silhouette standing behind me. Not like a sheet ghost or anything, more like the outline of a person filled with this pale light. I stared at it in the reflection for about 10 seconds, too terrified to move. Then I finally got the courage to turn around, and nothing was there. The room was empty. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept my desk lamp on and sat with my back against the wall until morning. Maybe a month after that, I was sitting at my desk again, when something caught my eye outside. I looked up just in time to see that same white silhouette stride past my window. Again, my room was on the 2nd floor, so whatever it was would have had to be floating or walking on air. I rushed to the window, but saw nothing in the yard below. The drawings in the dust on my window kept appearing. Sometimes they were symbols I didn't recognize. Sometimes they looked like words in a language I couldn't read. I got this stupid idea one night. I stuck a post-it note on the window that said, "Please write below," with an arrow pointing down. I don't know what I expected. Maybe I thought I was just going crazy and nothing would happen. 3 days later, I came home from school and found a perfect circle drawn around my note. Not like someone had traced around it with their finger. This was a mathematically perfect circle, like it had been drawn with a compass. My other dust drawings had always looked like finger drawings, smudgy and imprecise. This was different. During my senior year, things escalated in a way that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I was down the hall from my room, unloading laundry from the dryer. Nobody else was home. I was kneeling in front of the dryer, pulling out clothes, when suddenly my arms went completely limp. It wasn't like they fell asleep or anything. It was like someone hit an off switch. Then, against my will, my body stood up. I wasn't controlling it. It was like being a passenger in my own skin. And then I heard it. A deep, masculine voice hissed directly into my ear, "Get out!" It was so close I could feel the breath. I regained control of my body immediately and ran outside. I stayed on the front porch until my mum came home an hour later. I wasn't the only one who experienced weird stuff in that house. My sister would complain about her closet door opening in the middle of the night. My mom said she sometimes heard footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. But my aunt's experience was what finally convinced my parents something was actually going on. My aunt came to visit from Chicago. She'd never been to our house before. Within an hour of arriving, she was using the bathroom off the main hallway when the door, which had been ajar, suddenly slammed shut with such force it sounded like someone had kicked it. She came out white as a sheet and asked my mom if the house had issues. That night, my aunt walked through every room with burning sage, something called smudging that's supposed to clear negative energy. She paid special attention to my room, staying in there for almost 20 minutes. Strangely, things calmed down after that. The drawing stopped. The silhouette didn't return. I finished high school without any more incidents, and when I left for college, I was honestly relieved to be out of that room. But it wasn't over. During my freshman year of college, I was back home for Thanksgiving break, sleeping in my old room. I had this vivid dream that I woke up in my bed to find a dark figure standing in the corner. It moved toward me, eerily smooth, like it was gliding rather than walking. As it got closer, I tried to move, but couldn't. It reached the foot of my bed, then suddenly was on top of me. Not like a person, but like a heavy weight pressing down on my entire chest. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't scream, I was completely paralyzed. And then I actually woke up, gasping for air, with that weight still on my chest for a few seconds before it lifted. My room was empty, but it was freezing cold, even though the heat was on. I've read since then about sleep paralysis and how it can cause hallucinations and feelings of pressure on the chest. Maybe that's all it was. Maybe all of it has some rational explanation. The drawings could have been done by my sister as a prank she never confessed to. The voice I heard could have been my mind playing tricks on me after too many late nights studying. But I still can't explain everything. The perfect circle, the white silhouette walking past a second-story window, the way my aunt, who knew nothing about our spooky room, immediately sensed something was wrong. I'm 26 now and live in Chicago. I've never experienced anything like that in any other place I've lived. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in that house attached itself to me somehow, if it's just waiting. Other times I convince myself it was all in my head. But then I'll be somewhere, a restaurant, a friend's apartment, even my own place, and I'll feel that familiar heaviness in the air, that sense of being watched. It only lasts for a moment, but it's enough to make me wonder if it followed me after all. The weirdest part. My parents sold that house 3 years ago. Last month I ran into one of the neighbors when I was visiting my parents at their new place. She mentioned the new family has a teenage son, and he refuses to sleep in what used to be my bedroom. Apparently, he keeps complaining about seeing things in the window reflection. Story 18. I grew up in Asheville, North Carolina, in this old house that sat at the edge of a wooded area. It was mostly peaceful, the kind of place where neighbors knew each other and kids played outside until the streetlights came on. But for me, growing up there was different. I saw things that other people didn't, things that I couldn't explain then, and still can't fully explain now. It started when I was about 6 or 7. My grandmother and I would take these long walks through the woods behind our house. She loved nature and taught me the names of all the birds and plants. These walks were our special thing, just the two of us. But one day in early spring, everything changed. We were following this little stream that ran through the property when I spotted him, a tall man in a flannel shirt and worn jeans standing near a big oak tree about 30 feet away. He wasn't doing anything threatening, just watching us with this sad expression. I tugged on my grandmother's sleeve and pointed. "Who's that man, Grandma?" I remember asking. She stopped and looked where I was pointing, squinting her eyes. "What man, sweetheart?" "The one by the big tree. The sad-looking man in the red and black shirt." My grandmother's face changed. She looked confused, then concerned. She pulled me closer to her and looked again. "Victoria, there's no one there." But I could see him clear as day. He didn't move or try to come closer. He just stood there watching us with those sad eyes. I remember feeling confused, but not scared. He didn't seem dangerous, just lost somehow. My grandmother hurried us back to the house. I kept looking over my shoulder, but the man stayed where he was, eventually disappearing as we rounded a bend in the path. When we got home, my grandmother immediately told my mother what had happened. They whispered in the kitchen while I colored at the dining room table, pretending not to listen but catching bits and pieces. Later that night, my mum came to tuck me in. She sat on the edge of my bed with this strange look on her face, part worried, part curious. "Victoria, can you tell me more about the man you saw in the woods today?" I described him again, tall with dark hair, wearing a red and black flannel shirt, jeans that looked dirty around the knees. I mentioned the scar above his right eyebrow that looked like a crescent moon. I don't know why I remembered that detail so clearly, but I did. My mum went very still. She asked if I'd ever seen him before, and I hadn't. Then she asked something odd, if he had said anything to me. He hadn't, but I told her he looked sad, like he wanted to say something but couldn't. The next day, my mother showed me a newspaper. There was a small article about a local man who had died of a heart attack while hiking in those same woods the day before we saw him. The article mentioned he was a long-time resident named Robert Layton. There was a picture of him. It was the same man, same flannel shirt, same scar above his eyebrow. My mother wasn't shocked like I expected. Instead, she told me that some people have special gifts. They can see things others can't. She said my great-grandmother had been the same way. Mum had always believed in these things, which I guess made it easier for her to accept what was happening to me. After that first incident, it started happening more often. I'd see people in places where they shouldn't be, walking alongside highways where my mum later told me accidents had happened, standing in empty lots where houses had burned down, or just wandering through our neighborhood looking confused. These people never approached me or tried to communicate. They just existed in these spaces where they once were. Some looked perfectly normal, while others showed signs of whatever had happened to them. Bruises, cuts, or worse. I learned quickly not to point them out when other people were around. My ability got more specific as I got older. When I was about 9, we visited my aunt's house for Thanksgiving. She had this wall of old family photos going back generations. I remember standing in front of it while the adults prepared dinner, just looking at all these faces from the past. "That lady died in her garden," I said, pointing to a stern-looking woman in a black dress. "She was picking tomatoes and just fell over." The room went silent. My aunt asked how I knew that. I shrugged because I didn't know how I knew. I just did. When I looked at the picture, the information was just there in my head. My aunt confirmed that yes, her great-aunt Mabel had died suddenly of a stroke while tending her vegetable garden. No one had mentioned this to me. How could they? It happened decades before I was born. I went through several photos like that. The man who drowned trying to save his dog from a frozen pond. The young girl who died of scarlet fever. The cousin who was kicked by a horse. Each time, the adults would exchange these worried glances while I just kept going, unaware of how disturbing it was. My mother started researching psychic abilities, bringing home books about mediums and clairvoyance. She never made me feel like a freak. Instead, she treated it like an unusual talent, like being double-jointed or having perfect pitch. She helped me understand that what I was experiencing wasn't something to fear. But despite her support, it wasn't easy being different. I learned to keep quiet about what I saw. When I spotted a woman in a bloodied white nightgown standing at our neighbor's window, I said nothing. 2 weeks later, we learned the house had been the site of a domestic murder in the 1970s. By the time I was 11, I had gotten used to these sightings. They were just part of my reality, like having freckles or being left-handed. I never felt threatened by the spirits, or whatever they were, until one night in October. I remember everything about that night with this impossible clarity. It was unusually warm for October, and my window was cracked open to let in the breeze. My room was on the second floor, with a view of the backyard and the woods beyond. I had these glow-in-the-dark stars on my ceiling that I was staring at, trying to fall asleep. Our house was quiet, except for the normal creaks and settling sounds of an old building. My parents had gone to bed an hour earlier, and the only light came from my small nightlight in the corner. I was drifting off when I felt the temperature in my room drop suddenly. The air became so cold I could see my breath forming little clouds above my face. I pulled my blanket up to my chin, thinking maybe a storm was coming in through the cracked window. That's when I noticed my bedroom door was open. I always slept with it closed, so this immediately made me uneasy. As I stared at the doorway, I saw him. A man stood there watching me. He was tall and thin, wearing what looked like a saronga or sarong, this cloth wrapped around his waist. His chest was bare and covered in what I now realize were burn marks, but my child mind just registered them as dark patches. His hair was mostly gone, just patches remaining on a scalp that looked damaged. His eyes reflected the dim light from my nightlight, giving them an unnatural glow. Unlike the other spirits I'd seen, he was looking directly at me, not through me or past me, but at me, like he knew I could see him. I froze, unable to scream or move. Then I noticed there were others behind him. 2 little girls, maybe 5 or 6 years old, with pigtails and matching nightgowns. They stood partially hidden behind the man, peeking around him to look at me. Their faces and arms showed the same burn marks as the man. The man took a step into my room. That broke my paralysis. I scrambled out of bed, pushing myself against the wall opposite the door. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. "Go away," I whispered, my voice shaking. "Please go away." He took another step, then another. The girls remained in the doorway, but their eyes followed him as he moved toward me. His mouth opened, and I saw his blackened tongue move as if trying to speak, but no sound came out. I don't remember deciding to run. My body just moved. I darted past him, feeling an intense cold as I passed through the space he occupied. It was like plunging into ice water for just a second, a bone-deep cold that seemed to reach inside me. I ran down the hallway to my parents' room, bursting through their door and diving into their bed. My mother woke immediately, alarmed by my hysteria. I was crying so hard I could barely breathe, let alone explain what I'd seen. "There's a man in my room," I finally managed to gasp. "A burned man with 2 little girls." My father grabbed a baseball bat and went to check, while my mother held me, trying to calm me down. My whole body was shaking, and I couldn't get warm no matter how many blankets she wrapped around me. When my father returned, he said there was no one in my room, but he did mention it was freezing cold in there compared to the rest of the house. I refused to go back to my room that night, or the next night, or ever, really. My parents let me sleep on a mattress in their room for weeks afterward. Eventually, they converted the small office downstairs into a new bedroom for me. My old room became storage space. The door always kept closed. I later overheard my parents talking about the history of our house. Before we moved in, apparently there had been a house fire 3 properties down. A father and his twin daughters had died. The house had been rebuilt since, but the property had never sold. It just sat there, empty and new, while all the houses around it aged naturally. The most terrifying part wasn't just seeing them or having the man approach me. It was the feeling that, for the first time, one of these spirits wanted something from me. All the others had just existed in their own reality, parallel to mine, but separate. This man was trying to cross that boundary. He wanted to communicate, to reach out, to touch the living world through me. After that night, something changed. It was like whatever channel had been open in my mind suddenly slammed shut out of pure self-preservation. I never saw another spirit again. Not in the woods, not by the highway, not in old photographs. Nothing. Part of me was relieved. I could be normal finally, but another part of me felt like I'd lost something important, some connection that made me special. I'm 25 now, living in a different city with a regular job and a regular life. Sometimes I wonder if I really had this ability or if my active childhood imagination just got out of control. But then I remember the burn marks on that man's chest, so detailed and specific. I remember the way the cold felt as I ran past him. I remember the silent desperation in his eyes. Those weren't things a child could invent. They were too real, too vivid, too raw. I don't know why I had this ability or why it disappeared. I don't know what that man wanted to tell me or why he chose that night to appear. Some questions just don't have answers, I guess. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the house gets quiet, I catch myself looking toward doorways, half expecting to see someone standing there. And I'm never sure if I'm afraid I'll see something or afraid that I never will again. Story 19. I still can't explain what happened that night in our Burlington house. It's been 3 years, and I haven't told many people because it sounds crazy, but I need to get this off my chest. During my junior year at UVM, I shared this big old Victorian house with 3 other girls about 10 minutes from campus. It wasn't anything fancy, just your typical college rental with creaky floors, drafty windows, and rooms that were always either too hot or too cold. We had this narrow hallway upstairs that connected all our bedrooms, with mine at the very end. The house sat in a row of similar houses, all packed tight together like teeth. Between the 4 of us, we had quite the little zoo going. My roommate Kate had this nervous German shepherd mix named Mikos, who followed her everywhere. Emma and Tori shared the 2 cats. Ralph, this massive orange tabby who acted like he owned the place, and Bina, a skittish little black cat who only seemed to trust me. Then there was my hamster, Peanut, but he didn't really factor into what happened. It was mid-November, and I was drowning in coursework. I had this massive research paper due for my environmental policy class, and I'd barely started it. My roommates had all gone home for the weekend. Kate was visiting her parents in New Hampshire, Emma had some family thing in New York, and Tori was at her boyfriend's place across town. They'd taken Peanut with them to feed him, but left the other animals behind since I'd be there. So there I was on Friday night, alone in this big creaky house with 3 pets and a paper I didn't want to write. I'd made myself comfortable in my bedroom, laptop open, snacks piled up, wearing my rattiest sweats and fuzzy socks. It was around 11:30 p.m., and I was deep into research mode, surrounded by books and my barely coherent notes. The first weird thing I noticed was how quiet it was. Usually our house had all these little noises, roommates shuffling around, music playing, someone cooking downstairs. But that night, it was this heavy, dense silence that felt almost physical. The only sound was the tapping of my keyboard and the wind rattling the windows. I'd been working for about 3 hours when I heard it, this soft scratching at my bedroom door. At first I thought maybe it was just the house settling or the wind, but then it became more deliberate. Scratch, scratch, pause, scratch, scratch, pause. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe Tori had come back early. The scratching just got more frantic. I put my laptop aside and walked over to the door. When I opened it, there was Mikos, Kate's dog, standing there shaking like he'd seen a ghost. His tail was tucked between his legs, and he was making this low, whining sound I'd never heard from him before. "Hey, buddy, what's wrong?" I said, kneeling down to pet him. Before I could even touch him, he bolted past me into my room and dove under my bed. Right behind him came Ralph and Bina, streaking in like their tails were on fire. Ralph jumped straight onto my desk, knocking my notes everywhere, while Bina leaped onto my bed and crawled under my comforter. Now, these animals didn't usually hang out together, let alone hide in my room. They tolerated each other at best. I figured maybe they'd heard something outside, a raccoon or something that had spooked them. I shut my door and went back to my bed, trying to settle back into work with my new companions. Mekos was still under my bed, whining softly. Ralph had calmed down a bit, but was sitting unnaturally still on my desk, his eyes fixed on the door. Bina was pressed against my leg, her little body vibrating with tension. "You guys are being weird," I muttered, trying to focus on my laptop. That's when the temperature in the room seemed to drop about 10 degrees. I'm not exaggerating. It was like someone had opened a window to the November night, except all my windows were shut tight. I pulled my blanket closer and tried to ignore it. A few minutes passed, and I was just starting to get back into my paper when Ralph's entire body changed. His fur stood straight up, making him look twice his size. His ears flattened against his head, and he let out this low, rumbling growl I didn't even know cats could make. At the same moment, Mekos started whining louder from under the bed, and Bina dug her claws into my thigh so hard I yelped. All three animals were staring at the door like they could see through it. Then I heard it. Footsteps in the hallway. Not just any footsteps. These were running, pounding the floorboards like someone was sprinting full speed down our narrow corridor, heavy, deliberate steps of someone wearing boots. My first thought was burglary. Someone had broken in, thinking the house was empty for the weekend. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest as the footsteps thundered past my door. But they didn't stop. Our hallway is maybe 20 feet long. My room is at the very end, with the bathroom across from me, and my roommate's rooms spaced along it. The footsteps should have stopped at the end of the hall where the stairs are. Instead, they kept going, and going, and going. It was like the hallway had suddenly stretched, extending beyond our house and into, I don't know where. I could hear those heavy footsteps running well past where the exterior wall of our house should have been. It sounded like they were continuing straight through into the neighboring house, and then the next one, and the next. I sat there, completely paralyzed, as the sound of running feet finally faded into the distance. The animals were all rigid with fear. Ralph hadn't moved a muscle. Bina was practically fused to my leg. Mekos had gone from whining to completely silent. The silence lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then the footsteps started again, but now they were coming back. From what sounded like hundreds of feet away, the running steps were returning, getting louder and faster with each second. It was like whatever was in our hallway was sprinting back toward my room at impossible speed. Mekos started growling, not his normal warning growl, but something primal and terrified. The footsteps got louder and louder until they were right outside my door, and then, slam! My bedroom door, which had been shut the whole time, suddenly slammed even harder against its frame, like someone had thrown their entire body against it. The whole wall shook. The framed photo of me and my high school friends fell off my desk and shattered on the floor. Mekos erupted into frantic barking, finally crawling out from under the bed to stand between me and the door, his hackles raised. Ralph hissed and backed against my window. Bina was trembling so hard I could feel it through the mattress. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just sat there, clutching my laptop like it was some kind of shield. There was a moment of complete stillness, like the whole house was holding its breath. Then I heard what sounded like dragging, slow, heavy dragging, moving back down the hallway, away from my door. It took me nearly 20 minutes to work up the courage to move. My legs were shaking so badly I could barely stand. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept under my bed, living in a college town, you know, and forced myself to get up. I should check, I whispered to myself, though what I really wanted to do was call the police or hide under my covers until morning. I put my hand on the doorknob, and it was ice cold, so cold it almost burned my palm. I jerked back, then forced myself to grip it again and slowly pull the door open. The hallway was empty and normal-sized, just our regular boring hallway with its ugly beige carpet and faded wallpaper. No sign of anything unusual. Mekos pushed past me, sniffing the air cautiously, his tail still tucked. I followed him, bat raised, checking each room. My roommates' doors were all closed, just as they'd left them. The bathroom was empty. I checked the closets, under the beds, behind the shower curtain. Nothing. I made myself go downstairs, Mekos right at my heels. The living room, kitchen, basement, all empty. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside. No sign of forced entry. No one could have gotten in without breaking something, and nothing was broken. I went back upstairs, my mind racing. Had I fallen asleep at my laptop and dreamed the whole thing? But no, the animals were still freaked out. Ralph hadn't moved from his spot by my window, and Bina was still hiding under my comforter, and Mekos wouldn't leave my side, pressing against my leg everywhere I walked. I went back to my room and shut the door, then wedged my desk chair under the handle for good measure. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, laptop forgotten, listening for any sound in the hallway. The animals stayed with me, none of us sleeping a wink. When morning finally came, I half expected everything to seem normal in the light of day. But it didn't. The house still felt wrong somehow, like the dimensions weren't quite right. I kept looking at the hallway, trying to convince myself it was the same length it had always been. When my roommates returned on Sunday, I tried to tell them what happened. They looked at me like I was losing it. Kate pointed out that Mekos gets anxious sometimes, and maybe he'd just spooked the cats, and I'd let my imagination run wild while alone in the house. But I heard the footsteps, I insisted. They went past where the hallway ends. That's not possible. They exchanged those looks people give when they think you're being dramatic. Emma suggested I'd been working too hard on my paper. Tori said old houses make weird noises. I dropped it after that. What could I say? I had no proof, just 3 traumatized pets who couldn't talk. We lived in that house for the rest of the school year, and nothing like that ever happened again. But things were different after that night. The hallway always seemed off to me, sometimes looking longer than it should be, sometimes shorter. I started sleeping with my desk chair under my doorknob every night. And the animals, they never stayed upstairs alone again. If we were downstairs, they were downstairs. Period. I've lived in 3 different places since then, and I've never experienced anything remotely similar. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was just my imagination, stress from school getting to me. But then I remember Ralph's fur standing on end, Mekos's unnatural growl, Bina's claws digging into my leg, the way my doorknob felt like ice, and those footsteps running down a hallway that couldn't possibly be as long as it sounded, coming from somewhere that didn't exist in our physical world. I don't know what visited our house that night. I don't know if it was trying to get to me or just passing through some invisible corridor that only exists in certain conditions. But whatever it was, the animals saw it before I heard it. And I think that's what scares me most. The thought that if I'd looked out into the hallway at the right moment, I might have seen something running toward my door, something that shouldn't have been there. I still can't walk down long, empty hallways without getting that cold feeling in the pit of my stomach. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I find myself listening, really listening, to make sure the footsteps I hear stop where they're supposed to. Story 20. I still can't sleep with the lights off, even though it's been almost 20 years since we moved out of that house in Millfield. I was only 12 when my parents, Barbara and Michael, decided to move our family into that old place built in 1912. From the second I walked through that front door, something felt wrong. You know that feeling when you think someone's watching you? It was like that, but 100 times worse. I had to share a room upstairs with my sister. The layout was weird. Our beds were positioned so that when I was sitting on mine, I had a clear view of our doorway. It had one of those accordion-style folding doors that make that creaking sound when you open them. I hated that door from day one. It didn't take long for the weird stuff to start happening. About 3 weeks after moving in, I was sitting on my bed doing homework when I saw what looked like a white mist drift past our doorway. I thought it was my mom bringing laundry upstairs, so I called out, "Mom?" No answer. I waited to see her feet appear under the door gap, but nothing showed up. When I finally got the courage to look out, the hallway was completely empty. I checked downstairs, and my mom was in the kitchen cooking dinner. She'd been there the whole time. I tried to brush it off. Kids have wild imaginations, right? That's what I told myself. But then things got worse. One afternoon, I was alone in my room working on a school project. My sister was at a friend's house, and my parents were downstairs watching TV. We had this old lamp on top of our wardrobe. Nothing fancy, just a basic lamp with a shade. Out of nowhere, it started rocking back and forth. Not just a little wobble like maybe the house settled or something. This thing was violently swinging, like someone was up there pushing it with all their might. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I just stared at it for what felt like forever, but was probably only 10 seconds. When I finally snapped out of it, I bolted downstairs so fast I nearly fell. My family saw my face and knew something was wrong. I was shaking so hard I couldn't even speak properly. That night, my mom sat on the edge of my bed and finally told me they'd been trying to shield me from the unusual elements of the house. That's exactly how she phrased it. So careful not to say the word haunted or ghost. My older brother had already mentioned seeing things, and my dad had experienced some weird stuff too, but they thought I was too young to handle it. They were right. I wasn't handling it well at all. One weekend, my dad was working on wiring the garage. He'd turned off the electricity to the whole house to be safe while he worked. My sister and I were in the living room playing board games when the air conditioner suddenly kicked on full blast. We both froze and looked at each other. The AC unit shouldn't have been able to turn on. Nothing in the house should have had power. We ran outside screaming. My dad came running from the garage thinking one of us was hurt. When we told him what happened, he checked the breaker box and confirmed everything was still switched off. He couldn't explain it, and nobody could. Another time, I was taking a shower and had left the ceiling fan on in my bedroom to help cool it down. The upstairs was always weirdly hot, even in winter. When I got back to my room, the fan was off. I specifically remembered turning it on and seeing it spinning before I left. Nobody had been upstairs while I was in the shower. My sister was at soccer practice, and my parents were both in the backyard gardening. I could see them from my bedroom window. I started sleeping with all the lights on after that. My parents didn't even complain about the electric bill. The cassette tape incident is what really messed me up, though. I used to record songs from the radio onto blank tapes. One afternoon, I recorded about an hour of music when I was alone in my room. That night, I played it back using headphones, and between songs, I heard voices. A man and woman arguing. Their voices were muffled like they were far away, but I could make out phrases like "get out" and "leave us alone." I yanked off my headphones so fast I almost broke them. I played the tape for my sister the next day, and she heard it too. We erased the tape immediately, but I never recorded anything in that house again. The weirdest things were the lights. At night, especially when I was trying to fall asleep, I'd see what looked like static electricity floating in the air. They weren't exactly like sparklers, more like tiny lightning bolts that would appear and disappear in seconds. They seemed to concentrate most in the corner of my room opposite my bed. That corner always felt colder than the rest of the room. I avoided it completely, never putting any of my stuff there or even walking through it if I could help it. I swear, something stood there watching me. Not all the time, but often enough that I developed a habit of never looking directly at that spot when I entered my room. The whole house had this heavy atmosphere that's hard to explain if you've never experienced it. It was like the air was thicker, harder to breathe, like walking through invisible cobwebs that you could feel but not see. Some rooms were worse than others. The basement was absolutely off limits as far as I was concerned. I refused to go down there even when my mom asked me to grab something for her. My grades started dropping because I couldn't concentrate. I had trouble sleeping and would often end up crawling into my parents' bed in the middle of the night, something I hadn't done since I was maybe 6 years old. I started making excuses to stay at friends' houses as often as possible. My mom noticed how much I was struggling, but kept insisting it was just an adjustment period, and I'd get used to the house. I never did. We lived there for almost 3 years before my dad got transferred for work, and we had to move. I was so relieved I actually cried when they told us. I didn't even care about leaving my friends behind. I just wanted out of that house. It wasn't until we'd been gone for about a year that my mum finally told me everything. We were unpacking some old photos in our new house when she found pictures of our Millfield home. I immediately felt sick just looking at them. She sat me down and said, "Emma, that house was haunted. We all knew it, but we didn't want to scare you kids more than necessary." Then she asked me to describe what I thought I'd seen there. I told her about the woman in a long, dark dress with what looked like a veil, always watching from shadows or doorways, and the man who seemed to always be sitting down in the living room near the fireplace. I never saw his legs, just his upper body. My mom's face went white. She'd seen them too, exactly as I described them, but had never told me or shown me any pictures that could have influenced what I saw. My dad had even taken photos of the empty living room one day when he thought he felt a presence, and when they developed the film, there was a strange, dark mass in the corner where I always felt the male figure watching. But the thing that scared me most was when my mum mentioned my nightmares. Throughout our time in that house, I had recurring dreams about a little girl in a white nightgown crying in the hallway because the house was on fire. I would wake up panicking, convinced I could smell smoke. These dreams gave me a terrible fear of electrical fires. I was constantly checking outlets and unplugging appliances. My mum had never told me, but she'd researched the property's history after we moved in and found something disturbing. Before our house was built in 1912, the land had been the site of a hotel in the late 1800s. That hotel had burned down in a massive fire, killing several guests who couldn't escape in time. One of them was reportedly a young girl around my age. I'm 32 now and live in an apartment across the country. I still check for outlets that might be overloaded. I still sleep with at least one light on. I can't stand accordion doors or ceiling fans, and I absolutely refuse to own a cassette player. Sometimes I think about the new family that moved into that house after us. I wonder if they feel it too. That constant sensation of being watched, of sharing space with something that doesn't want you there. I wonder if they've seen the woman in the veil, or the man with no legs, or the static electricity dancing in the corners at night. I tried looking up records about that hotel fire recently, wanting to put some of my fears to rest by understanding exactly what happened. But the town's historical society has limited records from that period, and what they do have isn't digitized. Part of me is afraid to dig deeper anyway. Last month, I had a dream about that house for the first time in years. I was standing outside it, looking up at my old bedroom window, and I swear I saw myself as a child looking back down at me. When I woke up, my apartment smelled like smoke, just for a moment, and then it was gone. Some nights, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I still feel like I'm back in that bedroom in Millfield, with something standing in the corner, watching me breathe.